March 11th, we've got an open day here at the airport to celebrate our new elite partnership with SkyWest Airlines. We're going to be 100 free flights on that day.
And then we have an approach to flight training that's kind of different than the old staid way of doing it. And with all of these kind of differentiators, we're trying to make it a modern experience that will yield good results. And so far, it absolutely does. The national average dropout rate for someone starting a pilot rating is 80% of them drop out for one of those reasons. Here, it's about 5%. So we've tried as hard as we can to figure out where people hit hurdles, and everyone does, try to find a way to kind of remedy that and help people across the finish line and help you guys get where you're going by taking really good care of each and every one of you and giving you what you need to get across the finish line. But we can only do half of it. You guys have to do the other half. So we'll just introduce ourselves now. My name is Matt, one of the 3 partners with these 2 very fine gentlemen. And I've been flying for 28 years. Loved aviation my whole life. And if I was not doing this business, I would be exactly where you guys are right now. My nephew's on the way to be an airline pilot. He's flying a jet right now. And I would absolutely be where you guys are right now if we weren't on this side of this business. I love aviation. I used to compete in aerobatics. That's my airplane up there. But now I'm too old, so I had to retire. And we got too busy. I'm a designated pilot examiner, flight instructor, and I'm here because I love seeing how you guys progress through this program and kind of find your dreams, and you'll see how many people attain their goals every day here. It's going to be pretty inspiring. And I especially love these 2 guys. Between the 3 of us, we make one whole person. And I'm going to pass it over to Jean now, and Jean's going to tell you a little bit about himself.
Hi guys, first of all, welcome to the best flight school in the world. And I don't say that lightly. You guys have found your way here, and you've come really to what I believe is certainly one of the best flying schools in the world, and that's for many reasons. But we make the aeroplane, we created the aeroplane, and we look after the aeroplane. We are the aeroplane, and you guys are going to be flying this aeroplane. So welcome. I want to say right out from the beginning, and I'm sometimes a bit of a pain on this, but safety is our number one issue. When you see me, think safety, because if you have a problem with the aeroplane, then come to any one of us. But if there's anything that's worrying you beyond what's coming to your satisfaction, remain safe. You come to me, and I'll make sure it's taken care of. I live for safety. I'm up here every morning. I'm looking at every single aeroplane. I'm keeping my eye on everything that's going on, and safety is the number one issue. Safety is not an option. So if you ever unsure about flying or something's worrying you, anything from theory to practice to flying to anything, you come to one of us or anyone, in fact, on the staff, and you have a good safety record, and that's option. Safety is not option. It's a hard work to keep it there, and it's up to each one of you as you become pilots eventually. Otherwise, I've been flying for 38 years. I have been blessed with a very lucky safety record. I've had 2 accidents in about 8,000 hours, and both of those have been crop spraying, which is inherently a dangerous occupation. You're flying 1.5 meters off the ground all the time, under and over power lines and things. So. Again, it's my attitude towards safety. There's no compromise. If there's any reason that you're not feeling safe, you don't fly. So, having said that again now for the 3rd time. So a little quick a bit about me is I started when Mike Blythe, the designer of the Sling aircraft, started with the very first prototype. I've been involved with the airplanes right from the beginning, and I've flown them for many thousands of hours. I know the aircraft really well, so I'm able to look after them as good as possible. And boom! Congratulations! One day you'll all be walking down the stairs with Bob following you. Yeah, so you are at a place where aviation is a passion, and it's wonderful that you've made this decision to join us. And you've got the world's your oyster from here. One day you're going to be flying airlines all over the planet, and you started here. And yeah, I mean, these guys are my partners, and they're wonderful, wonderful people. And we've created an incredible school here that I think is leading the way, and you guys are the way. So welcome. Have a great day.
Thank you, John. And I just wanted to mention before we pass back on to Wayne, Jean has also he's done the longest flight ever in a sling. It was 27 hours non-stop from Rio de Janeiro to Cape Town. So that's not Guinness Book of Records world record, but it is the record.
Hi guys, and welcome to Sling. My name's Wayne. I think I met a lot of you on your tour here. Some of you I haven't, so it's really nice to see people here this morning that I haven't met as well. A little bit about my background. Obviously, these guys have really deep aviation experience. I don't. So I'm the guy in the office on the keyboard. I've got I came with business experience. Well, and most recently telecom businesses, and telecom is really, really boring compared to aviation. So I actually bought an aircraft from these guys. So I was a customer before I was a partner in the business. During that whole process, my son Matthew, who might be out here somewhere, he decided he wanted to be a commercial pilot. And I had this beautiful new Sling aircraft, all glass, autopilot, and one of my friends who was an American said, hey, make sure you put Matthew in a compressed school. So I was aware that these guys had a school here, and we were already flight training here at Sling, but they didn't have a compressed program, so we went and toured ATP and AirGuard, and we were just really unimpressed with the other schools. I don't know if any of you have been to those schools. I know at least one of you has. So, we were really unimpressed with the school. They're flying 30, 40, 50, 60-year-old aircraft, all steam gauges in the one location where I went and did a tour. So I've got this beautiful new aircraft with glass, and I'm thinking, why would I send Matthew off to go learn on a 50-year-old aircraft with steam gauges? Not only that, the tour was actually really good. The guy that took us on our tour was really professional. But he said, hey, I'm going to go fly, stay and talk to some of the students. And that's when we were hearing things like, oh, no, don't come here. We already lost 5 people from our class. And they tell you there's ground, but nobody does it. They just want to fly and get out. And I was horrified because I was thinking, I'm about to spend $90,000. Why would I do that? Anyway, I approached these guys and said, if you guys are interested in doing a compressed program, I'd be really interested to come and join you as a business partner and help you get that launched. And they said yes, luckily for me, because these guys are they're so nice. I mean, I wouldn't have even approached them. They're just great guys, very passionate about aviation. I had such a nice experience with them as a customer. I'm just so grateful that I get to be in business with them now and be in an aviation business. And by the way, if I hadn't have done that, I was looking at going to the airlines. So I'd also been doing the research for me, and I wanted to go ahead and get my ratings and go to the airlines. But as it turned out, I ended up here. So, and it's fantastic. I mean, we love our business here. We're all really passionate about aviation, and we're really lucky to have a really good crew as well. I'm just looking around at some of our guys that you're going to meet in a few minutes here, but just super lucky to have a great crew and great students. Like the thing that sets us apart from most other schools is our community. We've spoken about the aircraft, and it's fantastic. I mean, it's great to learn on glass and use autopilot from day one. But the community is what makes it. For us here, it's about getting everybody over the finish line. So, at a lot of other schools, if you want to get some help with ground, it'll be, hang on a minute, let me start my stop so I can start billing you. We don't do any of that. We have a fixed price package. Obviously, the flying hours are the flying hours, but any help you need on the way through, you're going to get it here. People are going to take care of you, and we just want to keep that really nice, good, helpful, kind of cooperative community going, and I think it's something that really sets us apart from everyone else. that's kind of it in a nutshell. Yeah, I mean, these guys are absolute legends. Jean built the first 5 slings. He used to compete with Mike Blythe, the designer, at World Championship level. I think Mike told me, you know, he was really shocked because guys that were flying trikes at that level would have their whole crew and their whole team, and they've, you know, come in with big trailers and everything else. And John had like just a very basic trike and would turn up with his dog as his pit crew and an egg timer, but managed to compete at that level. And like, you know, I mean, he's done all sorts, you know, crop dusting and test flying and everything else. Built hundreds of aircraft, so he was building other aircraft before he built slings. And then of course Matt, you know, competing in aerobatics and so on. So anyway, really excited for you guys, and happy to meet you all today. Enjoy.
Thank you, Wayne. Thank you, Jean. We're gonna go around now and introduce some of our key people and anyone who's here. And just to echo again what Jean said, a 9-month compressed program is an exercise in efficiency, but efficiency is always second place to safety. So remember this, what John said, safety is always number 1 in everything that we do, and safety never gets put in the second position for any other reason if it's efficiency, urgency, or anything of that nature. And you'll learn how safety and efficiency are in tension. Safety always wins in that fight. So it's really key. None of us win when at the expense of safety. Even a megacorp that only cared about money would not win if they didn't put safety at number 1 position. So safety is always number 1. I'm going to walk around now and introduce you to a few key people and any students who are around, and I'm going to get some advice. I'm going to start with Sam Manzolino. He's he was our original chief instructor, and he's coming back in now as our chief instructor of both of our 2 locations. Sam comes with a wealth of experience in airline flying and 135 charter operations. And a little bit about you, Sam.
How's everybody doing this morning? Good so far? It's really an honor to be here to talk to you. First, I want to just congratulate everybody on the decision that you've made to be here. The timing could not be better for you than it is right now. The previous era that had a similar demand for pilots was the 1960s, where people like yourselves were getting into jet aircraft in a relatively short period of time. But so we've gone through some ups and downs in terms of the demand for pilots, and the circumstances that you're now in over the next hopefully year or 2 or 3 is probably as good as we've seen since the 60s. So good going in terms of picking this time to become a professional pilot. As far as myself, I've been an airport bum since I was 8 years old. So I've been on airports always, it seems. I used to ride my bicycle to the airport, spend all day, then go home. My kids all learned how to ride bicycles on the airport grounds. And so I've been part of the aviation community my entire life, and you could not be part of a better group of people. So regardless of where you go in the world, you'll always find the oasis, which is the airport and the people around it. So I also have a very good vantage point in terms of this school. I was here, it was about 7, 8 years ago that I met Matt just walking on the tarmac when it was a flight school at the time, and we only had 2 airplanes. I think it was only 2 that we had here. So we've gone from 2 to the wonderful school, the top school that we have to this day, and I had the privilege to watch it grow. So I really feel honored to be a part of it, and I look forward to flying with hopefully each of you at some point in the future. So congratulations, have a good time, and just continue with your passion. There'll be great rewards.
Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it. And Sam, obviously, as his number 1 priority, and standardization and quality, etc. So we're all on the same team. We all are looking for safety and quality in everything that we do. I'm just going to go around randomly. Bryce is a flight instructor here and a graduate of the program. Bryce, any advice to these guys?
Yeah, just take everything, seriously, study a lot. That'll make your life a lot easier. The more time you spend studying, the less time you have to spend working on things, as you're flying, and you'll move along quicker. So, and then, use all the resources. We have a ton of great resources here. All the CFIs are amazing. So you're in a great place to really learn quick and get through this program and get to where you want to get.
Great. Garrett, tell us what rating you've gotten. Any advice for these guys?
Hey everyone, so my name's Garrett, and I'm working on my instrument right now. I have my check ride coming up at the end of this month. My advice to you all would just be study, because the flying is always fun, but study, it's not so fun, but it has to be done. Just make sure you apply yourself, and great things will come.
Thank you, Garrett. Let's go, Brandon Nordhaus. Brandon's a flight instructor here, a graduate of our program. A few words?
Biggest thing, like Erin was saying, study. My biggest recommendation is your written test. Get them out of the way as soon as possible, because that will open you up for just kind of relaxing and, well, not quite relaxing, but focusing on other things, like really getting the flying down. So get your writtens out of the way as quickly as possible. Also, all people going for your PPLs, please get your student pilot certificate as soon as possible. The FAA can't lag behind.
Thank you, Brandon. Yeah, your CFIs are going to make sure you get your student certificates. I'll come back to you, Barry. I want to just introduce Armando. Armando is also comes with a wealth of experience from corporate aviation, flies jets, has flown like hundreds of types of airplanes, and Armando leads up our aerobatics and spin instruction and does a lot of the instruction CFIs, our flight instructors. So a few words, Armando.
So, hey, welcome everybody. Who here's fired up and excited about flying? That's all? That's all you got? Jeez. These guys have been here a while. They'll make more noise. Hey, glad to see you all here. It's so cool to see so many new fresh faces. I feel so fortunate for this guy. He's amazing. He can't do anything wrong, it seems. I remember when he started here, practically living out of a brown paper bag. He can't do anything wrong. Everything he does turns to gold. And this place, I've worked at a lot of schools. I've been flying 52 years. I was 9. My first lessons. Same story as Sam. My kids learned to ride bikes and drive stick shifts on the airport. We're here all the time. But that says something about what you're about to get into. Some of you are doing life changes. Some of you are just starting out your careers. My ex asked me, because I work 7 days a week, how come you never seem to get tired of this? And I said, I don't know. I just don't. So, you're all going to be my victims at one point in this beautiful airplane. Matt brought me in a little over a year ago. Bought this on my birthday. What a great birthday present. And this airplane flies upside down. And you're going to do your spin training in this. He started me teaching the CFI instructor applicants about, at that time, 12, 15 a month. But smartly decided that every one of you should learn rudder skill, rudder control, and develop an even higher degree of safety and situational awareness through learning spin training as private pilots. I started my aerobatic training pre-solo as a student pilot. And so you're essentially getting to do the same. This has benefited me so much in my life that I can't tell you. So you guys are so lucky to be at an academy that sees it this way. And the big thing, do your homework. You guys are so lucky to be able to study with each other. We didn't get to do that. We had 7 books laid out on the floor, and we were lucky if we had one other guy to study with. And when you did individual at the academy here, it's so great to watch all these guys work you learn so much. You little groups, you'll all study together and get so much off each other. This is a great time in your lives, whether it's a life change, a career change, or just a start. Look forward to some awesome times coming up. I think I have the best job here because everybody calls their flight with me their best flight in their training. So they go away open-minded and hopefully more skilled and safer. So I look forward to seeing you and doing that with you, and just study hard. It's 2 hours of study for every hour of flight, minimum. So make sure you do that, because the flying comes way easier. It's just fun. Okay, and safety first.
Thank you, Armando, appreciate it. And yeah, you'll hear this again and again from everybody. The flying comes easy. You know, a 10-year-old kid could learn how to fly. What they cannot learn is all the knowledge that's required to do it safely. So the knowledge is where people get hung up. That's why we receive our knowledge via King Schools, computer-based training, group ground school every day, interactive question and answer, your flight instructor in flight and brief and debrief, and then our mentor program, which allows you to request a mentor. We'll talk about a bit later, anytime you're having trouble. So with those 4 methods of knowledge delivery, we intend to make sure all of you guys can keep up with your knowledge. But the self-study is the biggest place where people fall behind. Don't let it happen to you guys, because you cannot fly an airplane safely if you don't know what's going on, and the reasons and the physics and the regulations at all. Another thing to some of what any of you is free to upgrade 10 of your to the Super Decathlon for only $850. And $850, 85 aviation cents. So you guys will all get a taste of spin training during your initial training. I highly recommend you guys opt for that. I think in future academies we're gonna increase the course cost by $850 and force everyone to take it, because it's a very valuable experience. To get really good at tail wheel flying, basic aerobatics, upset recovery training. That's how you really learn like what the edges of the envelope of an airplane are, and it's a way to get upside down as well, which you're not going to do in our regular training airplanes, and you're not going to do in an airliner, hopefully. Let's keep going around. Any of you guys want? You just got a rating. How does it feel? What rating was that?
Private pilot.
Private pilot.
Yeah.
Any advice for these guys?
Just studying that you do, when you feel like it's enough, study like another 5 to 10 hours, and then you'll be good. That's what I recommend. But just have fun. It's everybody that I talk to, they're like, oh, what are you doing now? I'm like, oh, I'm in flight school. And they're like, their whole perspective changes, and you're like the center of attention, and everybody starts asking you a bunch of questions, so just be prepared for that. But it's a lot of fun.
Thank you, thank you. He's saying that you should pull out your pilot certificate in a bar. It's a great way to meet people. Any words?
Just stay curious, and when you have a good flight lesson, ask your instructor what you should look into next, and just always be studying what you're going to be doing the next day. And yeah, just stay curious is the best thing I can say.
Hi everyone, I'm Sam. Started in September. It was a long but short way at the same time. It's really hard. You can just stay focused. You have a lot of people around. I've been to 2 different schools before, and you're not going to find it somewhere else, to be honest. Curious, ask people, make some friends, and it's going to be a good time for everyone.
Thank you, Sam. Alec.
Let me put this. Words of advice, introduction, anything, everything?
Yeah.
Hey, everyone. Yeah, sure. My name's Alec. Nice to meet all you guys. This is my first Academy intro as a full-time instructor. I started here part-time at the fall, and now be around every day. So I am one of the people, when Matt asked earlier if there's anybody that's kind of coming in this from an earlier career, kind of switching course in life, I'm one of those people. So if you have any questions about, adjusting, everything that you need to succeed, every resource, every learning experience, everything you need much you want to take advantage of it because it's all in front of you. And I think Sam was saying twice before, always be asking, what can I do next? What can I do to make this a better learning experience? What can I do to learn more? Because that's how you'll move forward. Welcome, and looking forward to flying with you guys.
Alec, one question. Which career did you give up to join this program?
I used to be a lawyer until last week, so now I'm here. This is much better.
Great. We need one less lawyer, and we got one less lawyer, so that's good. Barry.
Sorry. Hi. I've been a pilot since 1981, and I joined the Sling Flying Club about 8 years ago. Fell in love with these airplanes. I'm responsible for sales. My name is Barry. You'll, I think, fall in love with these airplanes. And so when you're talking with your friends, neighbors, relatives about what a great airplane you're learning how to fly in, and that you're enhancing your everybody express curiosity. If you bring it away and they buy an airplane, you get $1,000. So whenever you have some time, if you want a tour of build assist facility, because not only do we sell airplanes that are built at the factory in South Africa, which does a great job of building, we do an even better job right across the way of custom building aircraft to people's specifications, and it creates life experiences and enables them to go places and see things and do things as if you owned a time machine. So I think you're going to come to appreciate the Sling brand and the Sling aircraft. But, oh, by the way, I'm also aviation safety with the FAA and responsible for Torrance Airport, so I'm focused on safety as well. So if you have any questions about anything you see that you think might not be safe, bring it to one of us, please.
Thank you, Barry. Appreciate it. We're gonna, Francis, why don't you introduce yourself, and then we're gonna get, we'll do a couple more of you guys, and then we're gonna learn about all of you guys sitting down here. Francis.
Hey guys, I'm Francis. I'm an instructor here. Let's see, advice, just utilize your resources here. This school has a great amount of resources, and by resources I mean your fellow students, other CFIs, other students that are in higher ratings than you. Hang out here as much as possible, even though you're not flying, because you'll never know like what questions you'll have, and by being here, you'll be able to have access to people that have answers to those questions. So utilize your time wisely and just be prepared to work.
Thank you, Francis. Chauncey.
Where did you come from? Hi, everyone. My name is Chauncey. I'm a Hawaiian Airlines flight attendant. I just flew, so I'm kind of dead tired. But I'm working on my private right now, and everything's been really great so far. You got a lot of support here. You got the instructors, other fellow students. So if you have any questions and you want to discuss with anybody, the support here is pretty unreal. So take advantage of that, and yeah, don't give up.
Hi everybody, my name is Jay. Words of advice, introduction, right? That's it. Okay, words of advice, take the ground seriously. Like he said, it's pretty easy to fly a plane. Once you get used to it, it's just a matter of repetition. The ground is usually where people get stuck at. I was one of those victims. Really took it seriously, and it kind of held me back a little bit. Don't be like that, learn. In aviation, learn from people's mistakes. So I guess that's what you're gonna have to do. Yeah, I can't wait to be associates with everybody here.
Much. Okay, that was just a few people. We have a lot of people who are flying right now. We have approaching 50 instructors. So you've only obviously met a handful of them. We also have some other key roles which we're hopefully going to meet soon. In fact, where are they? These are very important people. Does someone, Francis, do you want to go get Jaimie and, oh, there she is. Okay. There are some very important people in this organization. You're not on your own. In old mom and pop flight schools, it's just you and your flight instructor. And if you don't like him, you have a terrible time. Here, if you don't like him, you can move on.
So Jaimie's the big boss. So when Jaimie talks, we listen. So if you talk, you must listen. So yeah, she's your butts all day long.
I think I've met some of you, but I will meet all of you probably by the end of the day and have a quick word with some of you. I have gone and assigned all the CFIs to you, so I would like to speak with each one of you individually if I can before the end of the day, just so we can have a quick touch base, okay? Welcome to Sling, guys.
Yeah. Thank you, Jaimie. Thanks, Jaimie. So Jaimie's the operations manager. She is in charge of making sure all of you guys progress along, and she has a team of people. Courtney schedules you guys to fly every day. You'll get to know her. Jan handles has handled your enrollments and your induction. Will be a constant support to you, as will Alexis. If any of you are in our accommodation, Alexis will help you, and we have Haley over there in dispatch. Everything you need. So we have a team of people all here to make sure you progress and you have success. We also have a chief of the private course. We have an assistant chief. So we have very well qualified people who are all here to take care of you. So let's meet you guys. If you don't mind, I'm going to just pass the microphone around. And where are you from? What walk of life you're from? If you gave up a career, and just your name and a few words.
You want me to like stand up too? Hey everybody, I'm Drew from San Pedro, so just down the street. But I was living in Georgia for like the last 3-4 years, just to kind of get away from everything. And yeah, I don't know, walk of life. I've kind of done a little bit of everything. I like work with my hands. And how I this place? Is that what you asked? Or? Yeah, just wanted to kind of grow more as a person. I don't know, it would just better me overall, and I don't know, seems pretty cool. I guess. Welcome, Drew. Cool.
Hi, I'm Pauline. I am from, I guess now West LA. I got involved in aviation from my partner, who took me up in a Cessna 172, and I wanted to make sure I could land it safely. So if anything happens, I knew what was going on, so that's why I'm here.
Hey everyone, I'm Chase. From Washington State, started flying like 10 years ago, and then I think, was it Wayne who said 80% of student pilots drop out? Well, I did that like 17 times. Just got my PPL a few months ago. And I used to be an event producer here in LA, and then COVID, just kind of murdered that industry. So I said, oh, hell with it. Let's go back to aviation. So.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jonathan Carmona. I live here in Los Angeles. I'm actually a truck driver. How I got into aviation, I think one day I was in traffic, and I was like, man, I wish I was flying instead of doing this. And I just started researching, and I found Sling, and I just felt like compared to some of the other schools I saw, the community and everything here, like I would enjoy it. So here we are today. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Shit, my bad. My name's Andre. I'm from San Dimas, and what got me into aviation was my mom and sister are both flight attendants for SkyWest, so we got ties inside.
Welcome. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Brian. I was a college student, and me and my mom made a compromise, so I'm here now. I've been here for about 65 flight hours. You made a really good choice in Sling. I want to let you guys know.
Hello, my name is Michael. I'm from Michigan, and I got into aviation. I did my private pilot's license in 2020 because my grandmother was a commercial pilot, and I thought it would be cool to kind of like keep the family thing going. So anyway, happy to be here.
Hey everyone, I'm Eric. I'm a firefighter with the city of Los Angeles. I'm actually part of the aircraft response crash team at the airport. I wanted to be a pilot when I was like 22. I wanted to join the Air Force. They said my eyes weren't any good, and then so I kind of gave the dream up, and then just being around it for too long made me come back super excited and never wear slacks again, because yeah, it seems like that's not the dress code, so that's nice.
See how much they enjoy it, so I decided to move to the other side of the door.
Hi guys, it's Mohammed. I grew up right here in Torrance since I was 5. He works at LAX. We work at customers, and that's kind of just how I got recommended to try. So I looked into Sling, and here I am.
Hey guys, my name is Mark. Let's see, I'm from San Diego, and it's interesting hearing from some of you guys. I've got some similarities. I wanted to be in the Air Force when I was younger, actually Navy, just because San Diego. Didn't get chosen. I got to like the very last stage to go to the Air Force Academy. Didn't do that, so I kind of peeled off, did a different career path, and then I think, was it Chase? Like Chase, I was in entertainment for the past few years, and COVID just destroyed that. So I was like, okay, maybe I should just go to aviation. And it's something I've always loved. So I'm really glad I made that choice. And yeah, now being here at Sling, I can tell it's going to be a great experience. So I'm looking forward to it.
Hi everyone, I'm Mason. I'm from Hawaii. What got me into aviation is I work at LAX, just like on the ramp, unloading cargo and stuff, and just like love watching the planes take off and land, and always wanted to. So yeah, nice to meet you guys.
Hello everybody, my name is Fatty. If you have a problem having a hard time saying it, you guys can call me Eddie. I was a business management for a few years and a business owner for a couple years as well, until I decided it was too boring, wanted to switch careers, do something more fun, more spontaneous. I joined a flight school, packed my stuff, moved to Kansas. Private out there, but the right took me 8 months, and chief CFI was a good friend. He recommended and decided to come and join.
Hey guys, I'm George. I'm also a co-worker of Chauncey and a few other CFIs at Hawaiian Airlines. I'm also a flight attendant. And then once COVID hit, yeah, we're like, okay, let's step it up and let's take the challenge, seeing what's on the other side of the flight deck door. So here we are, and yeah, got great recommendations from all your CFIs here. So here we are. Look forward to studying with you guys.
Hi, I'm Tucker Jackson. I'm from Glendora, California. I just graduated high school not too long ago, and so I don't have any career background, but just always thought flying is super interesting and not a whole lot of people do, so
I've also been fascinated by flying, and I didn't know that it was possible to do this, so.
I'm Carl. I'm from Palos Verdes, right here in the peninsula. I actually ended up working for the contract for about 10 years over in DC, and then moved back here, ended up in nonprofit fundraising, and COVID kind of just taught me that it was worth pursuing what you actually want to do. So you get one life, not to be too philosophical.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chris, and I'm one of the people who's switching from a different career. I was an accountant in downtown LA until a couple months ago, and I decided to make the shift into aviation. The reason I'm interested is my dad works as an engineer for the FAA, and he's always taking me to everything since I was a kid.
Hi, I'm Taylor. I'm from Honolulu, also Hawaiian Airlines flight attendant with a few people here. It's really fun being a flight attendant, but then friends with pilots, I was like, ooh, this looks fun. And then I got to sit up front on a ferry flight. I was like, wow, this is badass. I want to do this. So here I am.
Good morning. My name is Torrance. Yes, literally named after the city we're sitting in right now. I'm from all over Southern California, so I don't really have a hometown. I'm a mechanical engineer, and I design remote control race cars, and now I want to go fly. I actually started flight training in 1997. I'm 50 years old now, but I ran out of money back then, so slight delay, but I'm picking it back up.
My name is EJ. You guys call me EJ. I'm from Santa Cruz. I was an auto body technician for 3 years before this, and I just realized that was not where I wanted to be the rest of my life. So got my private and then made the jump here.
Hi guys, my name is Xavier. I'm from Sacramento, and my grandpa got me into flying. He took me for an intro flight when I was like 14. So that's when I really fell in love with aviation, and from watching all the YouTube videos about Sling, I figured this is probably the best school to go to. Better than ATP, that's for sure. Heard a lot of horror stories from there, but yeah, so now I'm here.
Hi, my name is Roz. I'm from San Francisco Bay Area. Spent the past year living in Hawaii. I also grew up around airports. I never wanted to fly though. My dad was in the Air Force and the airline captain. But it wasn't until he had cancer, and that's kind of when I decided that I wanted to go and fly. Enthusiasm for kind of built over time to do it as a kid, but I came to Sling because also Sam Ben Simon, also one of my really good friends, as well as Scotty Weber, they were like, you have to go to Sling. Yeah, give them their commission if that's a thing, because they really sold me on it, because I was looking at ATP and I was like asking them for their recommendations, and they were like, hell no, like go to Sling instead. It's way cheaper. It's like a way better community, way better instructors, and safety is number one.
Hi, my name is April. I don't know what to say. I just think it's so cool to be a pilot. That's it.
My name's Andreas. Beach. I've done way too many different jobs. This one was not until about like 15 days. Yeah, I've always wanted to be a pilot, so I'm here.
My name is Atzel. I became a ground service agent for LAX. I quit that and got my AMP to fix aircraft. Got bored of that, and now I'm doing this now.
My name is Brian Pluma. I'm from Los Angeles right here. I've moved everywhere in LA, Orange County. And literally as of 2 months ago, I had no prior knowledge, no anything to aviation until my uncle, I didn't even know he owned a plane like that, and he took me up in the air in a 1960 Cessna. And I was like, oh, like this is cool. And then he had been about 3-4 years ago, when it was barely like a month ago we came, and Wayne just really sold us on from just walking around to all the best. It just really, so I'm excited to be here.
Hello everyone, my name is Brad. From San Jose, California. My background is in automotive. I worked at my family shop for about a couple years. Made the switch to aviation when my friend was a pilot, and he started talking about it, so I decided to make the switch as well.
Hello, I'm Arvin. Ever since I was little, I was so fascinated with RC planes, so I want to design them. So I tried the mechanical engineering, but saw the math too hard. So tried to become a pilot. I got my private pilot here at Torrance at Pacific Skies over there, and to go further, but was too hard and just. So I came here, did some research, and found the bus lane.
Welcome. Well, thank you guys for introducing yourselves. Everyone get to know each other real well. The next in the years, you will be here for a couple of years before moving on to a career. How many of you guys moved to this area to join the academy? Wow, that's pretty impressive. How many of you are in our accommodations? Nice. Okay, great guys. Well, we really enjoyed getting to know you a little bit. We're going to get to know you more and more and more. What we're going to do now is we're going to break a little early because it's quite an information-packed program. We're going to break now, and we're going to come back at 10:15. I'll change this in a minute. We're going to come back at 10:15, and we're going to push forward safety and working with the FAA to 10:15, and we're going to hear from special guest Louis McGraw from the FAA as well. So grab some donuts, grab some coffee, mill about, say hi to your peers. I'll see you at 10:15 again.
Used to passing it. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. Looking at the traffic is pretty bad. It's like an hour for us. Yeah, no, I haven't gotten late.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. If everyone could grab their seats again. Did everyone have an opportunity to have a donut? Meet any people? Hopefully, no one ate a whole donut. It's not a good idea. Okay, everyone, welcome back. Is everyone back here? We're going to talk about safety and working with FAA right now. A special guest. Just one thing before I bring up Lewis McGraw. We're really fortunate in aviation that aviation is you'll see a pilot, you get more respect than the average person. If you fly an airplane to an airport and you show up at the little FBO and you don't have an Uber, someone at the airport will say, oh, here are the keys to our airport car. Just bring it back tomorrow morning and make sure you refill the gas. And they'll just give you a car and you just take it away with you. It might be a real what do they call them? It might be a real shitter, but it'll still drive. But you get treated with respect in aviation. Everything's at like a slightly elevated level, which is a great thing. You get treated how like people should be treated. And the same goes for the way we are regulated in aviation. Everything is held to a higher level. We are given more responsibility. As the captain of our ship, we're given more responsibility and more respect. And the FAA, who is our regulator, use science to decide how regulations are implemented and figured out. So, for example, the FAA's priority is also safety, just like it is for us. They are not like traffic cops who hide behind a bush and try to catch you doing something wrong so they can give you a ticket and like high-five each other. They do not want us to do anything wrong. The FAA wants us to be safe. And so they hold our hand rather than try to catch us doing something wrong. The FAA is not happy if they catch us doing something wrong like a traffic cop may be. And I don't want to disparage traffic cops because they're all really great guys. But the FAA does not want to catch us doing something wrong. They want to use science and practical things that actually are shown to work to help us not do something wrong. And they do this knowing that we will all do something wrong. None of us are perfect. We'll all make mistakes. So we really appreciate our relationship with the FAA. They hold our hand. We work together on safety. And the FAA will hold your hand and work together with you on safety throughout your aviation career. And it's just a wonderful thing. So with that being said, I'd like to welcome our very special guest, Louis McGraw. He's the FAA safety manager for this district. And he'll tell us a little bit about who he is and a little bit about safety. Welcome, Louis.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Louis McGraw, as he had mentioned. I'm out of the Long Beach Flight Standards District Office. How many of you know somebody that has ever had to interact with the FAA at all? And was the outcome good? Marginal? In the end? Yeah. So I'm the FAST Team Program Manager for the Long Beach FISTO. So in that role that I have, there's 5 airports that we visit. We collect data nationwide. Our goal is to educate aviators, pilots, everybody in the aviation community basically, on safe practices, best practices, shared knowledge. So to give you a little background about myself, I was 19 years old. I decided to join the Army, and my recruiter told me I wasn't smart enough to be in missiles. So he says, you qualify for aviation though. So I became a helicopter mechanic. And I'll tell you, it was one of the best career paths that he could have put me in. Since then, I'm going on 40 years in aviation. Worked for a number of airlines, helicopter operators. I've worked over in Saudi Arabia for the Saudi Civil Defense. It's been a great career for me. And I hope that you all, being as young as you are, will find the same success that I have. Our goal as a FAST Team Program Manager is to reduce the incident, occurrence, and accident rate amongst all aviators, not just pilots, but also amongst mechanics, the maintainers, the suppliers. So having an open dialogue, allowing you to voice your concerns or opinions openly is basically the aim and what we're shooting for. It's not the iron fist anymore, as some people may have said in the past. I started in the military, so we had high standards. So one of the first things you have to do is raise your standards. In order to survive this industry, whatever you do, if you wake up at the crack of noon, you got to raise your standards. That's not acceptable, all right? And in doing so, you need to raise the standards of those around you. So we're going to have a little exercise here in a minute. I'm going to introduce you to something called human factors. And human factors goes across all industries, not just aviation, but in aviation, we're able to identify the faults through human factors and what causes people to make mistakes. So we learn from human-drawn tragedy. That's how we learn. That's how we learn about every incident, accident, occurrence, human-drawn tragedy. And through the safety programs, we're able to identify. So OSHA says that 4,900 people a year die on the job. That's 12 people a day. So there's 30 of us in here. So in 3 days, we'd all be wiped out because of human-drawn tragedy. So we identify those things. We try to figure out why it happened, why the human made that mistake. One of the biggest things in aviation is fit for duty. I want to see a show of hands. How many of you had breakfast this morning? How many of you had a drink of water this morning? How many of you went to bed after midnight last night? Okay? So those are simple questions to ask yourself, am I fit for duty? Because being fit for duty is very important here. Are you fit for duty? Your instructor fit for duty? Once you become a CFI, CFII, are your students fit for duty? And you as an individual have to be able to identify those traits. If you and I are going to drive cross country and I stayed up till 3 this morning, and we're going to, let's not even say cross country, let's just say to Palm Springs, and I came in from the bar, and you still smell alcohol on me, I say, I got it. I slept 2 hours, had 3 12-packs last night, I'm good to drive. How many of you would say, nah, dude, I got this, right? Let's be honest. And so when you come out to the aircraft and you're pre-flighting, if you identify that your instructor isn't on cue, the guy pushing the aircraft out for you or helping you isn't on cue, you have the right to ask, are you fit for duty? That's what you need to keep in mind. Are you fit for duty? We look at that as one of the prime factors in what's called the dirty dozen, human factors. You're going to fill out an application. You all should have a pen and paper in front of you, just in case you forget, FAAsafety.gov. Write that down. You're allowed to write FAAsafety.gov. It's a free account. The operators and owners of Sling and I have spoken about this over and over again, and what we've determined is everybody that comes through the Sling Academy will sign up for an account, because this will save you and help you throughout your aviation career, believe it or not. There's wings programs, online courses you can take. You can take seminars, webinars, all of those things that will really help you in your aviation career. Now, most people that get into aviation don't say, hey, I'm going to do it as a hobby. They say, I'm going to do it because I want to learn, right? I want to learn the right way. If I could teach you 2 ways, the right way or the wrong way, which way would you choose? All of us would choose the right way. That's anything in life. So in FAAsafety.gov, it teaches you some of the things, the best practices, industry standards that you can raise. Remember, raise your standards. The regulations are written on the minimum, right? That's your minimum requirement regulatory-wise. If I stay above this minimum requirement, I'm going to be safe. I'm going to be good in most cases. But if I drop below that minimum standard, if I drop below what's expected or what's required, now you're going into a threshold that's unsafe. So I collect all the data and analyze it, accidents, incidents, occurrences, for the 5 airports in the local area. And what I can see are trends that happen at certain airports. I can see where maintenance is at fault at certain airports or by certain operators. I can see where pilots, there's more pilot deviations, or there's more incidents at certain airports. And so some airports, the smaller airports, well, yeah, but we're busy. Well, you're competing against John Wayne and Long Beach. You're not that busy, right? So we're able to see those trends and then have outreach to those operators or individuals to try and get them back into regulatory compliance. That's our goal. We're not out here trying to threaten you, intimidate you, throw you in FAA jail. By the way, there's no FAA jail for those of you that are concerned. There's no FAA jail. But so for us, we look at it as an opportunity to reach out to you. That's why I'm here. I want to talk to you as you start your aviation career or take your aviation career to the next level, expand your aviation career, so you can say, you know what, I do remember hearing about that. Human factors is going to be one of those things that you're going to be driving down the road and you're going to start identifying things. When I became a safety officer at one of the airlines, I became a safety officer at my house. My kids were young and they were like, Dad, okay, we get it, Dad. But anytime you have an incident, accident, or occurrence, there's 3 things out of the 12 that will usually line up. And we can identify that. So I'm going to break you up in groups right now. You're going to work in groups. I'm going to give each of you two assignments that are different, each group. And at the end of that, you're going to have 3 minutes to come up with the answers. You're going to have 1 spokesperson. So you can choose a spokesperson. We'll have the longest hair, the darkest baseball cap, or the longest beard. Okay? So if everybody's bald, then you have to go to the next one. All right? So that's how you're going to choose your spokesperson. And that spokesperson is going to represent the group. And the importance is for us to understand what each of these factors and how they are determined to affect you. It's not just aviation, believe me. So we're going to go in groups of 4 to 6. So this will be 1 group, another group, so that's 3, group, and a group. So there will be 6 in this group over here. All right, in the corner here, there'll be 6 of you. So group 1, yours will be lack of communication and complacency. So get together, what does lack of communication and complacency mean to the 4 of you? Next group, lack of knowledge and distractions. Next group, lack of teamwork and fatigue, you 4 here. Next group over there, lack of resources and pressure. Lack of resources and pressure. Next group, lack of assertiveness and stress. And the last group, lack of awareness and norms. Norms. Okay, everybody get it? I see a few like glazed eyes. All right, you got 3 minutes.
We'll carve out a slot for you every time at this time if that would be. It's so nice to have you. We've got to have we really appreciate it. And there was one where the guy was, I think it's good. Like an experienced pilot. Then they're not going to be, you know, in fear. But, you know, they know. I mean, they know obviously.
90 seconds. 90 seconds.
So bullet points. Well, who's going to be spectators? You're the longest hair. Okay.
Teach me to cut my hair.
I think what he said, like for the fatigue part, just like few performances.
30 seconds.
It's important, like he was saying earlier, like sleeping early and making sure you're prepared to come in, like physically, and of course mentally. What's the thing? I'm safe. As far as like in school, like,
there's the unsafe checklist, the A's.
Yeah, I mean, it has to do with that.
All right, let's bring it in. Let's bring it in. All right, first group, spokesperson, who's got the longest hair, longest beard? Come on, spokesperson, all right. Which 2 human factors, dirty dozen, did you have?
So we had complacency and communication. I think complacency is just at the start of this process, you know, being hyper-vigilant, doing everything you can, but because you don't feel comfortable. Once you get up there, once you have the hours, maybe shortcutting anything because you don't feel you need to do it every time. And that kind of, that comfort is where it's normalization of deviancy is the term that they end up using for it, and that's important to avoid because, yeah, it's easy to check everything when you're terrified and you think you're going to die, but once you get up there and feel comfortable, I can see how if you just start going down that route. So that's kind of what we thought, and he brought up examples of not being aware of your surroundings enough to stand up when you know that there's something that's incorrect or that you know. Listen to someone from the ground when you shouldn't. Communication could be a couple of things. You could be embarrassed to call for help. You could try to figure it out on your own beyond what it should be, or you simply expect someone to be on the same page, and that's well, they make a acronym out of assuming for a reason. So yeah, that's our 2 factors.
Great spokesperson.
Very good. Anybody else have anything to add to that? All right, so we're going to give you the definition under human factors, and you guys touched on a lot of really good points there. Under lack of communication, this item tops the dirty dozen because it's so critical. Sometimes verbal distractions aren't conveyed properly, incomplete, or misinterpreted by the recipient. All right, very, very important. Lack of communication, you may be afraid to speak up. We have numerous case studies, fatalities. One of the largest accident in the world history was in Tenerife. 2 747s collided because of lack of communication. So very good. Complacency, when people perform the same task routinely, you touched on it. I mean, you guys really did touch on that. They may become overconfident, thinking work is too easy. Consequently, they become less vigilant about checking for mistakes. All right, 2 very, very important keys there. Very good. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, next group, lack of knowledge and distractions.
So lack of knowledge, we just came up with like unknown airports, unknown area, not knowing the systems and how they work properly and in case of emergency, or knowing the rules like FAA rules, airspace, all that good stuff. So that was lack of knowledge. And then we also had distraction, which is like task saturation, just like other distractions, like maybe in life, like other stresses or whatever, and just like being distracted by other things, like in the aircraft, being fixated on one thing, not paying attention to other things. So.
All right, so lack of knowledge, not having the necessary training or ability to inspect and maintain aircraft will surely lead to errors. Having the proper knowledge is critical to performing the task, proper task. And then under distractions occur when anything other than the task at hand vies for your attention. Distractions are included in the dirty dozen because they make you more likely to forget things and lose track of your window. All right, so distractions to me is a very big one, especially in aircraft maintenance. Especially in aircraft maintenance. And I found myself walking down the ramp here, and someone I know will be with a student, or someone will be moving an aircraft, and they'll stop and say hello, just turning to say hello. So I became their distraction. Just that simple. You could have been going down a checklist, reviewing a procedure, emergency procedures, how we're going to do this or that. So what I share with people is anytime you're distracted, anytime, whether it's at home, putting together a piece of IKEA furniture for the 5th time. How many of you have ever put together IKEA furniture and didn't follow the instructions and then had to go back and redo it? Am I the only one? No. All right. Very good. So distractions, whenever you're distracted while performing a task, what I share with people is to go back 3 steps. Go back 3 steps. If you're pre-flighting an aircraft and an airplane flies over and you're like, man, I sure would like to fly that one day. You're like, oh, where did I leave off? Go back those 3 steps and start from there. I share that with mechanics because as mechanics, they become very distracted because people talking to them, wanting updates, information. Hey, did you get this, get that? They're going to lunch, going to break. They come back and they think they take over where they left off. That's the first thing that's the first mistake, is to think. You have to know where you left and start over. You have to know. Go back 3 steps in that checklist. If you don't remember, start over on the checklist. It's not a marathon, okay? Please. You'll be amazed at what you thought you checked. When you go back, you forgot. It's nothing I came up with. Case study after case study proves it. All right? Very good. All right, next group.
Okay, lack of teamwork and fatigue. So lack of being prepared. There's this checklist on the King School saying, am I safe? I would say before you do a operation, you do a timeout. So you check in with your team and seeing what you're going to do and the plan for the day. I think that would be kind of a good way to combat the lack of teamwork and fatigue.
Very good. Thank you. Let's give her a round of applause there. All right. That sounded like you guys were rooting for the Eagles or something, man. I need a better one than that. Come on. All right. All right. So under lack of teamwork, we show here when team members aren't on the same page about shared goals or don't respect and trust each other. That would be very dangerous inside of a flight deck. All right. Yeah, there's no such thing as competition in the flight deck. Right now, over case studies and industry knowledge, the airlines and 135 operators have something called CRM, Crew Resource Management, where you check and back check each person. There's a reason for that. Okay, they will be hindered in getting the job done. See, that was a distraction, so I should have started from the beginning and going over teamwork again. But we were able to recover. Fatigue. Among the most prevalent maintenance human factors is fatigue. When employees are exhausted, mentally or physically, their work performance suffers. Would you say if I gave you a mechanical aptitude test or a pre-flight check test or an emergency procedure while you're driving your car, your check engine light comes on and you're doing 90, you would have the same reaction if you were doing 55 and got a full night's sleep? Yeah, it's different. It's different. We have the ability to control or direct our responses if we're prepared. Properly hydrated, properly rested, properly educated, properly performed. We have a better chance of an outcome. When you look at NTSB data for mistakes, not just in aviation, but in the rail system, automotive industry, boating industry, you'll see that fatigue is usually a top 3. As a guy over in my far left corner here is yawning as I present. That's fatigue. That's fatigue, right? So when we see that, if you go out and you're ready to fly with your instructor and he's sitting there or she's sitting there and they continually yawn, what were we at again? You could ask them, are you fit for duty today? Right? Are you capable of taking this flight? You have to speak up because in their mind they are. Each of us are our own safety officers. That's what keeps things safe. That's what helps us move forward in unison with trust. If I trust you're going to keep me safe and you trust that I'm going to keep you safe, we have to speak up. That's communication. Openly and without any ramifications toward you. All right? Very good. Next group.
We had lack of awareness and norms, so kind of goes along with complacency, like lack of awareness. You can just become complacent. You're not aware of your surroundings. Instead of looking out the window and scanning for traffic, you might just be like, it's clear. Being unaware of like maybe simple rules like, I didn't know I could not fly into whatever airspace. Or also getting the ideas of, it's going to be okay if we don't do this because it's usually not a problem, not to ever feel that way. That's all.
Very good. Let's give them a round of applause. All right. So under the definition of lack of awareness, failure to assess a situation and understand what should be done can lead to costly mistakes. So let's just say you take the same route to school or to work or to your aunt or uncle's house or your parents' house. And every time you go, everything seems the same. But when you take that same route or a different route to the same location, you notice something differently. or if you go a different time of day. If you go Monday through Friday, it's one way, but if you go on Saturday, Sundays, there's something different. And so for you to sit there and just take everything in and not notice the little things, not realizing that the fuel door isn't properly shut, or the canopy isn't properly latched, or the person sitting next to you isn't proper, their seatbelt isn't strapped across them properly, and you just let it go. Your lack of awareness could lead to something much worse. All right, you must be aware of your surroundings, especially out here on the ramp. I've seen people with their head downs coming back from a flight, whether it was a good flight or a bad flight, or they just celebrated passing their check ride, whatever it is, and I've seen them over and over again walk with their head down. You're in aviation. It's a very rewarding and at times very unforgiving industry. Okay? You must be aware of everything in your surroundings at all times. If you notice someone forgot their logbook on the wing of an aircraft, radio or let somebody know. Don't allow it to stay there. They're not aware of it. If you notice somebody walking around on the ramp aimlessly, at some point, go up and talk to them and say, hey, you okay? It's all right to do that. It's all right to check each other, all right? Under the norms is a very dangerous item under the Dirty Dozen. It's unfortunate that it's 12, but not every one of them can be number one. The norm that I always hear is that's the way we do it here. That's the way we've always done it. I've been doing this for 40 years and I've never had a problem. That's getting away from procedures, right? If the procedure's here and as you continue your norms, you slowly get away from what is required. That is a norm. It's very dangerous. Stick with the checklist. That's what they're there for. Follow your checklist. Double check yourself. Make sure you're fit for duty and make sure the aircraft is airworthy. Safe condition to fly and meets its type design. That's what determines airworthiness, okay? All right, thank you. Next group.
We had lack of assertiveness and stress. So like an example of lack of assertiveness is not speaking up when you see something. So kind of like see something, say something. And feeling like, oh, I'm a student pilot, I can't challenge my CFI or ask questions. Like if you see something that is dangerous, like it's better to say something than to kind of just like let it slide. And similarly, just like not asking enough questions if you need help with something and being like, okay, it's fine, like I'm timid, I don't really want to ask that question. And then with stress, just not having a proper like sleep and diet regimen, making sure that those are priorities, and then also as well as mental health, which I feel like is something that has like historically been kind of overlooked a little bit in aviation, but nowadays like the FAA has a lot of like mental health resources for pilots, because that's also just as important as your physical health.
Very good. Give her a round of applause. All right, all right. So a lack of assertiveness, team members sometimes fail to speak up or document their concerns when they see something has been done incorrectly or instructions aren't clear. If you don't understand the instructions, ask again. Ask again. I review a lot of reports. That's what I do because that's how I learn. And when I learn, I take that out to the industry and I say, hey, there was an incident 5 years ago. This happened. There's an incident back in 1929. They left a gust lock in on an aircraft. There's been, I believe, 18 incidents since that were reported that ended in fatalities since 1929 that they forgot to take the gust locks out of aircraft on departure. So you would ask yourself, a gust lock is what goes through the control column that prevents the column from moving so it doesn't bang the controls. It's a little different here on a sling, but to still have that issue, there's a problem. There's an industry problem, not following the checklist. If you do one thing and you say, I want to save my life, and if the one thing I do is follow the checklist, that will save my life, I'm going to follow the checklist every day. How many of you would do that? All right, follow the checklist. All right, and then under stress, whether it's caused by workplace issues or personal struggles, stress can have a negative impact on job performance. If you think back to any time you were stressed out, stress, I was told one time, stress is not knowing or not having control of the situation. That's what brings stress on us. If you're driving at night and it's completely dark, there's no lights, you got one headlight on your car because you, lack of assertiveness, you took it and changed it, or you were distracted, whatever it is, and you're driving at night and you can't see past the hood, that's stress. But you put yourself in that stressful situation. Understanding what's to come helps you understand and control that stress. There's many, I know I'm no scientist or doctor, don't get me wrong, but you can determine how you approach things. If it's too overwhelming, today's not your day to fly. It's not your day to fly, okay? Go sit down, take a break. Maybe this morning might not be your time. But stress is very important in how it impacts you, how it impacts everything you do in your life. And this is very important that when you come to work, you're fit for duty. This is your assignment. You say, well, I'm in class. Yes, this is your work assignment. There are people here that have 100% control and 100% believe in you can do it. But you have to show up ready to go. You have to show up fit for duty. All right? All right, last group. We saved the last group because they are the best group. They're the sleepiest ones. All of these people back here in this corner here were yawning earlier. One guy was on his phone on Facebook. I saw it through the mirror on the ceiling. I could see see everybody looked up. See, I like that. All right.
Hey guys, so we got pressure and lack of resources, and I think pressure ties in hand with stress and distractions, because at least in the aviation world, there's those external factors, that, external pressures that you always have to focus on, whether on that I'm safe kind of acronym. You might have someone that passed away, you might be going through a divorce, you might just be going through some like hardship, and your head is here, but it's really elsewhere, or you have to make it to some wedding, or once you're a pilot, you have to make it somewhere on a layover because you have to be there. And then lack of resources is pretty much, yeah, like if, say you have some kind of emergency going on and you need that QRG or QRC, quick reference card or guide or whatever, and it's not there and you're like kind of going blank, hey, there's some resources there that can put you, there's checklists there that can put you back on track. And if you don't have the resources, you're just setting yourself up for failure in anything.
Very good. Let's give these folks a round of applause. All right. So lack of resources is a very, very important topic of the Dirty Dozen. It really is, because when you leave here and you go to your next operator, or one of your buddies says, hey, I'd like to become a pilot. Can you teach me after you become successful CFII, MEIs, and so forth? And you say, sure, I'll teach you. He says, a friend of mine has an airplane we can borrow. All right? So they're going to assume that you understand every aspect of that aircraft and the maintenance records, and they're relying on you to inspect that aircraft, to help them through. And so you go over there and you notice that it has 2 different size tires on the aircraft. And you notice you smell fuel. And you notice that there's 5 different colors of flight control surfaces on this aircraft. And the aircraft records, they bring them to you in some type of a manila folder, completely disarrayed and out of order. So I'll tell you right now, that sounds more like a static display than an aircraft that should be flown. But that there is your point or your chance to say this person doesn't have the proper resources to maintain this aircraft. You may go to an operator where they say, hey, we're okay with that buzzer going off or that light on, that indicator, don't worry about it. It's okay. It's okay that oil light's on. It's just the light. Don't worry about the oil light. All right. The tires, yeah. We know you can see the cords, but just for this one flight, don't just ignore those cords. You'll be fine. We fly them like this all the time. right? So those are indicators for you going out into the industry saying and thinking and observing what are the lack of resources. So your 5 senses is very important in aviation. As you're flying around, you hear a pop, and you're like, hey, what was that pop I heard? You smell something. You start observing things happening inside the aircraft. Smoke. Those are your sensories that you have to understand is part of your training. It's part of your ability to speak up and say, something's not right. Something's not right here. That's part of the dirty dozen, is to speak up. We want you to understand you have a right as pilots, whether you're a senior, junior, or an observer, to speak up. Because that there alone will change the aviation industry. We have where there's been hierarchies in the flight deck where people are afraid to talk to the instructor or the examiner. Just because the person's examining you, if they do something wrong, I'm not saying, hey dude, you made a mistake. You screwed up. No. But you can question, right? You can question those things. And that could be a test as well. You see? That there could be a test. Why did you allow me to set the flaps at this degree when you know we're not supposed to be there? Or why would you think to go there? Right? So those little things for you speaking up and asking questions. Questions are very important. They're very important. Constantly ask questions if you don't know. If your instructor isn't available, ask another instructor. The people here in this flight school are here to help you. They're here to support you. You're not the last class. You're not the first class, but you're the lucky class. You guys are here. I want to congratulate all of you. It's going to be very rewarding. Trust me now, believe me later. The things that you're going to learn just flying around, the city that you're going to see from up above that millions of people have no idea what it looks like. The opportunities that are going to come when you're done, when you're completed. You saw the gentleman come down the stairs and he held up his PPL. It's a great feeling. That's a great feeling. And it's a feeling of accomplishment that you're going to be able to enjoy yourselves. Just set your bar and your standards higher than what they are today. And every day you come to work, every day you come to class, raise your standards. Raise your standards. Yes, you can pass with an 80. Raise your standards. Yes, you passed the check ride. Raise your standards. Okay? Always strive to be better than the day before. Always strive to help others. Ask questions. These are best practices that throughout the industry, whether you talk to somebody that's was in the military flying helicopters, jets, or you speak with someone on the 121, 135 air carrier flight schools, they will tell you, if I stayed at the minimum, I wouldn't be where I am today. It's easy to find the average, right? It's always easy to find the average person. I'm challenging you to raise that standard. When you raise that standard of yourself and who you become, you'll be amazed when you look back and go, that wasn't so bad. And you'll notice the people, and it does get out in the industry, this person's lazy. In aviation, I can pick up the phone and call somebody that I know in New York. Hey, do you know anybody at this flight school? Yes, I do. I can call somebody I was in the military with. Do you know somebody at this helicopter operator in Louisiana? Yes, I do. It's a very small industry. And you don't want that low standard to follow you around as who you are. That is my challenge for you. That's your opportunity for yourself. All right. I want to thank you for the last 45 minutes of your life that you'll never get back. Hopefully you were able to digest some of the things through the exercise that we did. When you go in and take your Dirty Dozen training, it's a 1-hour course. You'll see some of the things in the case studies that were brought up that they use as examples. And it'll really raise your awareness. And remember, at any incident, accident, or occurrence, there's at least 3 of those that come to play. When I used to put together reports on that, lack of awareness, lack of assertiveness, fatigue. Lack of training, lack of communication, pressure. right? There's always three. If you cut your hand slicing a tomato, think of the dirty dozen. Was I distracted? Was I the norms? Lack of assertiveness, right? There's always three, minimum. And you'll see that. You'll see that, all right? You all have a great rest of your morning and afternoon. Welcome to Torrance, California. 300 plus days of sunshine. Never rains in Southern California. Anyways, have a great day, everybody, and thank you.
Thank you, Lewis. Really appreciate having Lewis here. Big round of applause for Lewis. Taking time out of his day so that we can elevate our level of safety, and we really appreciate him so much. And some of you will see him around here as you progress through your training, and we're very lucky to have Lewis present to us like that and give you guys a practical exercise. Thank you so much. Are you guys saturated yet? You want more? Let's go for more. We'll talk about some of these things, over the coming days and weeks. We have what is called a safety management system, which Lewis and the FAA actually helped us with. It's not required for a flight school, but we have one because it makes sense. You'll see a QR code at dispatch there. If anyone notices a safety concern, you can zap that QR code and put through a voluntary safety submission. It can be totally anonymous. You can say, I made a mistake. You can say, I saw someone doing something stupid. It's non-punitive. No one gets in trouble for it. But we have a committee that meets once a month, and we evaluate safety concerns, and the committee unanimously decides whether or not there's a mitigation that's necessary. You guys, once you have your private pilot certificate, you can volunteer to be on the committee. Right now we have about 12 people on the committee. The 12 people comprise of pilots, instructors, mechanics, and management. And when we look at a safety concern, we discuss it from multiple angles, and we try to identify what the hazard is, and then we try to decide whether or not it's an acceptable hazard. Just examples of some of the safety submissions that we've had. Oh yes, and we're going to introduce Bannon. Is someone dropping something out of the airplane and not seeing it. So there's a number of them, and some of them are acceptable, some of them are not acceptable, and we figure it out. So you'll learn more about our safety management system, but the QR code exists there. Here's the muscle. The QR code exists that we can all enter safety concerns, and remember that it can be anonymous. It's non-punitive. It's designed so that we can get the information because the information is valuable. If people get in trouble, this is another wonderful thing about the FAA, and actually NASA came up with a system like this. If the system of reporting is punitive, has punitive results, then people just don't fess up. And that doesn't work because then you don't get the information. You make a mistake, I better keep quiet, I don't want anyone to catch me. But aviation doesn't work like that. There's the QR code, guys, it's at dispatch all day long. Aviation doesn't work like that. We don't want to not have the information and have people scared of recourse. We want the information so we can address it because we care about safety. We don't care about punishing people for making mistakes. We all make mistakes. I want to introduce someone else who's a real special part of the team here. Brandon is our incoming chief instructor of the private course, and Brandon has been the assistant chief for quite some time. Brandon is a graduate of our program, and you guys will all get to know him really well. Brandon, a few words.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. So I started here in 2019. I had my private done somewhere else at Long Beach, and got a bulk of my training done with COVID happening. So it was a benefit because I had to leave my other job and got it all done during that time. But I hope you all are really excited to be here. I was a personal trainer before this, totally different thing, different path. I didn't really see much of a future with it. There's definitely a future with this. So I think most of you, when you come in, you're thinking airlines, you want to go to the airlines. further along you get, you know how, you figure out how many more options there are in flying. There's a ton of options out there. So, I mean, make the end goal to be to get those hours and move on, of course, and but it's not just airlines, you know, just be open to many different things. So anyway, yeah, what I do is a lot of the phase checks with you guys. So I'll talk to you later about the binders and the courses and stuff, give you a little bit of an overview. But I'll do like a little mock check ride with you. So myself and other instructors, we'll do like an hour ground, 2 hours for different phases, for different ratings. But like an average hour ground and 2-hour flight to test you on your knowledge, test you on your flight skills and stuff like that. And it's basically a little mock check ride. So it's what you might prepare, what you might experience in a check ride. So it's to your benefit. If it doesn't go smoothly, it's fine. Don't beat yourself up about it. You take it as a learning opportunity to figure out what you need to work on. So you can take some notes and learn, and then just move on and improve. I guess that's all for now. I'm blabbering on more at 1:15 when I come back, but my little brief overview. Got to go fly. Nice to meet you all. Welcome to the team, to the family.
Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate it. Okay, guys, we're going to get on to some more meat over here. So we are going to just go over an average day and student pilot responsibilities, path to CFI. We'll probably do the facilities tour at 11:45. We'll push that down a little bit because we're running a bit long over here. So we'll put this at 11:45. And at noon, lunch is arriving, courtesy of SkyWest Airlines. And then at 12:30, we have our special guest, Erin Youngs from SkyWest Airlines. So our facilities tour, who here has had our facilities tour already? Who has not? Okay, good. So we'll do just a brief walk around for the facilities tour. But we'll do an average day at the academy here and student pilot responsibilities until 11:45 now. So that gives us 45 minutes. For this one, guys, open up your binders. And your binders are all of the very important information. All of our documentation that we have is in our Foreflight documents. You guys have all got iPads and you're on our Foreflight account. Who's not? Okay, make sure you handle that. It's really important that you get that set up. All of our company documents are in Foreflight, so they'll be on your iPad and on your phone. We've printed out the most important information here. Over the coming months and weeks, you should go through all of these documents one at a time and make yourself real familiar with them. So for now, we're just going to focus on student pilot responsibilities and path to CFI number 3. You're going to be going through several of these other documents in your first week of ground school. So getting started with this document, everyone can find them in the binders. You can kind of just go along. This is a compressed program. We'll talk about that more as the hour goes by. Ideally, in a perfect world, you would spend 3 or 4 years getting all of these ratings. You'd take your time, your rent or mortgage would be paid for, you wouldn't have a care in the world, and you would slowly work your way through all these ratings and give yourself time to absorb all the knowledge.
One more thing. I don't see a lot of smiles out here. People don't seem too excited about being here. You see some smiles. Be excited about being here.
It's the fire hose. You guys are drinking out of the fire hose right now. It's the smiles will come. Sorry about that fire analogy. So ideally, you would spend years getting through all these ratings and take your time. And by the time you have your commercial rating, you would have been in aviation for 4 years, and you would have had tons of anecdotal experience. But that's not what you guys are asking for now. The airlines are desperate for pilots. You guys don't want to pay rent or mortgage for 4 years without an income while you slowly move through these ratings. You want to get there fast, and that's what you guys have asked for. That's what's out there, so that's what we're giving you.
So it is a very fast program. Safety is always first. The law of primacy says if we say that to you first, you'll remember that. It'll be one of the most important things you remember. And like we mentioned earlier in the program, we will never put safety in the number 2 position for anything else. There's nothing that's so urgent that we need to sacrifice safety. Rules and FAA regulations, it goes without saying, but we all follow FAA regulations. Aviation and pilots are actually rule followers by nature. There are some industries and sectors of the world where rule following is not cool, like if you were I don't know, a racing car driver or something. I don't know what's out there, but in aviation it is cool to be a rule follower, and it's because we operate in an area where there are risks, there are inherent risks, and it's not cool to be unsafe. So we follow the rules. It is a full-time course. I'm moving on to page 3 now. It is a full-time course. So each of you needs to have 5 flight blocks a week to stay on target with the progress, and each of you needs to be available for scheduling, at any given time. Our flight operation here in Torrance starts at 7 a.m. and our flights continue. Our last takeoff of the day can be 10 p.m. and only when you start doing the night instruction portion will you fly at night like that. But oftentimes there's some night flying that you'll have to kind of be coming back into Torrance at 2 a.m. But in general, most of our flights start at 7, and by 7 p.m. they're completed. And that's Monday to Friday. We do have weekend flights available, but to maintain our progress through the course, everyone needs to have 5 blocks a day and average 1.5 hours a day. And you hear every day, you made a big sacrifice. You want to get your one flight in, you want to make the most of it. You don't want to have a rushed flight, you don't want to have a short flight. And so, you want to make the most of it. So we make sure of it. We have our scheduling crew make sure that you get your one flight a day. If there is a cancellation due to weather or a mechanical issue or whatnot, where you miss a flight that day, we will make it up. And we'll make it up either as a double flight, so you'll fly in the morning tomorrow, and then you'll have another flight at 3 p.m., or you'll be in the simulator tomorrow morning when you're on the instrument rating, and you'll have a flight in the airplane in the afternoon. And it'll either be with your primary instructor or with another instructor. The reason being is if you miss one flight a week and think, oh, it doesn't matter, it's Wednesday, I missed my flight today, the weather was bad, I'm going to fly tomorrow anyway, I've got a flight scheduled already. If we have that attitude, just missing one flight a week will add an extra several months to your whole course. And that's not what you signed up for. You signed up for a 9-month program, those of you starting at 0. And that's what we are going to endeavor to deliver to you. We're going to bring everything we can from our side to make that happen. So that's how we work with the 5 blocks. Anyone who does fall behind, we will schedule 6 blocks a week until you're back on time. And the only time we're going to stop is if you tell us that you're opting out of the compressed program. So just like a personal trainer who comes to your house every morning at 5 a.m. because you told them to, they're not going to take no for an answer until you fire them. So we're gonna make sure you stay on track until or unless you say, you know what, this is too much for me. I want to take a slow track on this, or I want to do the instrument course all over again in the group ground school, which we'll let you do. No additional charge to attend any of the group ground sessions that we have, or any of the mentoring that's available. You can do it as many times as you want. But from our side, we're going to keep pushing you to finish on time and to stay on top of your progress until or unless you tell us to stop. Some of you, who still has some kind of part-time job or responsibilities? Okay, so we try to be as considerate of people who have kind of other obligations as we can be, or as we have to be. In our perfect world, all of you guys don't have any other life besides this, because it's a real big puzzle. To make sure each and every one of you fly every day is a huge endeavor, and it relies on your instructor, the airplane, and you being available at the same time, and it's a very complicated puzzle. If everyone had a difficult schedule where they said, you know, on Wednesday afternoons, that's when I like to get my hair done, and on Tuesday mornings I have a Pilates class that I like to attend from 9 to 11. If we had that from every one of you, it would be very difficult to get everyone to fly every day. So, you know, this system works when we're able to effectively schedule you guys and make sure you all fly. And by the way, one of the biggest problems with flight schools out there in the world is you cannot ever get a flight schedule with an airplane that works and an instructor that's available. There's some flight schools where people come to us from flight schools and they say, you know what, I joined their full-time accelerated program. I flew once every 2 weeks, and that was the best I could do. Did that happen to you? Yeah, exactly. So our guys fly once a day here. Everyone flies once a day, and our scheduling team does a great job making it happen. But it's very difficult to do it when people have difficult schedules. And for those of you that have got things going on, we have made exceptions, and we try to work around it, but just know that it's a very difficult job to make sure that everyone keeps going if people have difficult schedules. That being said, if you do have any scheduling issues, talk to Jaimie and Courtney, and just make sure they know what your constraints are, and they'll make sure that you get to fly every day. Daily schedule. Every day during the private and instrument the private and instrument courses, who's starting from 0 in this group? Who's starting with a private pilot rating already? Good. So those of you starting from 0, you're going to start with private pilot on Monday, and the next 3 months are dedicated to private. Those of you that are starting with instrument, you'll start with instrument on Monday, and the next 3 months are dedicated to instrument. During those courses, and it gets just a little more choppy after those courses. During those courses, your daily schedule is this. You have a self-study that should be completed using King School's computer-based training. Staying on top of that is really important, because if you fall behind on that, your flight lessons may not be very effective, and the group ground sessions may not be very beneficial. So let's say we're talking about how the wings of an airplane produce lift. You watch the King Schools produce prepared content, computer-based training. They have nice, beautiful videos. They have text. You see how it looks. You see how the vectors work. You see how lift is produced. And you have a few questions in your mind, but you saw the video. It looked pretty good. You read the information. It kind of makes sense. You know, maybe with a few questions hanging. Now you show up and you have your group ground session. If you've already stayed on top of your computer-based training, the group ground session becomes a discussion where the instructor may ask you questions, you may ask questions, and it's kind of like the second ingraining of the knowledge, where you're kind of solidifying your ideas on the knowledge. So the group ground school session, which is 5 days a week, every day, for 10 weeks and 8 weeks in the private and instrument course, that's going to be a part of your day. Every single day, you will attend group ground school. So you have the self-study with the computer-based training, you have the group ground school with your cohort, and then you have a flight in the airplane or simulator every single day, 5 days a week during private and instrument. So as you heard from many of the people that kind of introduced themselves, staying on top of the knowledge is one of the biggest challenges we have, that you guys all have. Every day it's more knowledge. It just doesn't stop. Every single day, more knowledge. And some people think it's boring to do this computer-based training and self-study. Some of the subjects are a little less kind of, maybe a little drier than others. You know, some regulations may be a bit drier, some things that you don't think that you don't have that much interest in right this minute, but you will have interest as you develop through aviation. So it is the hardest thing to do, to stay on top of it, but that's
what you need to do to make it all useful and beneficial. And that way, when you sit in on your group ground school sessions every day, it's more of a review than hearing about it the first time. The group ground school sessions are not designed to be where you get the knowledge delivery for the first time. It's designed to be, let's discuss, let's go over, let's do it a different way, it's called guided discussion, that method of instructing. And it's also designed to let you start speaking about aviation, because in a few short months, in 6 short months, some of you are going to be working on your flight instructor certificates. And there you have to be a teacher. So the sooner you start verbalizing the knowledge that you have, the sooner you're getting ready to be an instructor. So learning is not active receiving knowledge. You don't learn by sitting back and in a two process where knowledge is transferred to a point where you actually relay it back. So it's really important for the group ground school. When those of you who are starting, it's much more effective way to start learning instrument procedures, approaches, etc. in the simulator. You don't have to pre-flight the simulator. You can just walk right up to it and turn it on, and you can fast forward and rewind it and not waste a lot of time. And also, you don't have the stress of being in an actual airplane. So learning how to fly the simulator in the beginning is very beneficial. So those of you who start instrument, you'll have self-study, group ground, and then simulator flight or an airplane flight. It'll be heavy on the simulator in the beginning. Once you get to the later ratings, commercial, CFI, and multi-engine, all of that, then it's not like a 3-month smooth progression where you're flying every day. It's more lumpy. So you'll like throw yourself at multi-engine for 2 weeks. You throw yourself at CFI for like 3 weeks, and those are kind of like more lumpy. It's not like private where you're flying 5 days a week every day, and instrument you're flying 5 days a week every day. But it does average at about the same. You'll just find yourself focusing on chunks. Next section, page 4, being on time. It's really important for us to operate as efficiently as we do, where everyone gets their flight every day and everyone gets a beneficial flight, where you get your full flight and you're not rushing through it because you're starting late. It's really, really critical for us to keep the schedule on time. Who has a problem with punctuality? Thanks for owning it. Being on time for a flight lesson is being 15 minutes early. Being 10 minutes early means you are 5 minutes late. So being well prepared and not rushed is really critical. Like if a flight has a 2-hour block, you've got to bring the airplane back for the next guy or girl. So if you leave late, it means you're cutting your flight short, and you only get 1 flight a day. You might be just on the verge of like getting your steep turns figured out, and just one more and you feel like you'll get it, but no, you have to bring it back home. So being late is bad for everything. It's bad for you. It means your flights are cut short, and we cannot have it. So we do have a penalty. Everyone gets a free pass. Everyone gets a warning, but after that we have a penalty. Sadly, we trust people to be responsible with their time and with and considerate of other people's time. But we have a penalty system where we do deduct 1.5 hours of flight for someone who's late, and then we'll cancel flights. So sorry that we have to do that, but apparently it is necessary. Monitoring the schedule. The schedule is set the week prior for the
following week, so you'll be able to see your 5 blocks in for the next week.
However, airplanes go down for maintenance, weather causes cancellations, once in a while an instructor gets the sniffles, things happen. So the schedule is very dynamic. And thanks to you guys, committing to this thing full time and putting the rest of your life on hold, we can move your schedule around. So like, knowing that you guys are committed full time, if we have if your flight is at 3 p.m.
today, but we discover that that airplane goes down, and you're here and it's 1 p.m., we can switch you to a different airplane, you and your instructor, and you have your flight at a different time. So our ability to be somewhat dynamic with the schedule is means that people can get their flight in. Versus if all of you guys were casual flyers and you were taking 2 hours off work to come here and fly, and you only had between 3 and 5, and you had a meeting at 5, and you had a meeting at 1, if your airplane or your instructor is unavailable at that time, oops, you missed your flight today, sorry.
We cannot do it. So our ability to be dynamic with the schedule means everyone gets to fly, but also means the schedule sometimes moves around. So until 8 p.m. at night, or the schedule tomorrow might be adjusted. So it's up to everyone to check the schedule every night before you crash out. Check the schedule for the next day to make sure that you know when your flight is. Just to double check it. We will, however, never change someone's schedule. So we won't change a schedule for tomorrow at like 8 p.m. tonight and put someone in at 7 a.m. and not have direct two-way communication with them. So we will always communicate with you directly. We'll say, hey, actually, we've moved your flight to 7 a.m. tomorrow. Please
confirm, and then you have to get back on WhatsApp and say, got it, Roger, I'm in. We won't at the last minute give someone a 7 a.m. slot, with short notice. But at this time, like right now, the schedule on Monday is getting shifted around some way, right this minute. Things come up, someone needs to fly earlier, a check ride just got discontinued and we need to move someone into an airplane on Monday. That's happening right now as we speak. And so checking the schedule now for your whole week, it's gonna move. Sunday night, check the schedule for Monday and see when you're flying. The private group ground school is 9 to 11. The instrument group ground school is 11 to 1. And we won't schedule you for your flight during your group ground school session. If you ever do get scheduled during your group ground school session, just talk to someone. It might have been a mistake. It might have been the only option they had. If it was the only option they had, then you can rewatch the group ground school session on Zoom. But the group ground school sessions are designed to be a back and forth dialogue. It's much better to be in person. Zoom is not nearly as effective. So that's kind of how that works. We've talked about keeping up with the self-study. That's one of the most important things you can do. Get ahead of it if necessary. That way you're reviewing it in the group ground sessions. And just FYI, the material you study for private pilots is very similar to the material you're going to study for commercial pilots, is very similar to the material you're going to study for flight instructor. And you're going to take a knowledge test for all those 3 ratings. So you're going to study and restudy the knowledge again and again and again. And it's going to all amazingly set in to a point where a lot of you in 9 months from now are going to be flight instructors. So it's a pretty amazing progression. It doesn't come without a big commitment and a lot of work from you guys. Course calendar. So inside your Foreflight docs and inside your folders, let me see what number it's at. 3-month course calendar, number 6. Check out number 6 on your binders. It's kind of teeny. This document is in your Foreflight too. This basically shows what all people who are starting in the private course are going to be doing, week by week, phase by phase. And on the next page, all of you who are starting with instrument, you can see what you're going to be doing, phase by phase, week by week. And you're all on the same kind of trajectory. People work at different speeds, go at different paces, but that shows you what you're doing during the next 3 months. Those of you that start with private on Monday, you're given 3 months to complete private. Some of you will finish in 2.5 months. Some of you may finish in 3 and a bit months. Almost none of you are going to do your final check ride, which is your test with your examiner. Almost none of you are going to do your final test in exactly 3 months from now.
because the examiner cannot give 30 tests in one day. So some of you will test earlier and some of you will test later depending on where you're at. As soon as you are ready and your instructor recommends you for the rating, you will get signed off and you'll be given a test slot. And we have examiners here almost every single day. Sometimes we've had 3 or 4 examiners here on a given day. So if you finish early, let's say some of you working on private finish in 2.5 months from now. You finish 2 weeks prior, and you take your check ride. You're a private pilot. Excellent. What do you do next? Do you sit around for 2 weeks and wait for the instrument class to start? No. We assign you an instrument instructor. You start working on your instrument flying, probably in the simulator in the beginning, and you start studying your knowledge areas. And then 2 weeks later, boom, the instrument group ground school class starts. You jump in there and you're ahead of the pack. You're feeling good about it. You're using it as review instead of learning for the first time, and you stay ahead of it. Easy. Let's say you complete all the private pilot requirements within 3 months, but the examiner is only coming 2 weeks later. Now you don't hold a private pilot certificate, but the instrument group ground school is starting. What do? You start with the instrument guys and girls, and instrument flying is only going to make you a better private pilot anyway, and you start working on your instrument flying. Then 2 weeks later, the examiner's in town. You go for one flight with your instructor, prepare for that private pilot check ride, and you take your private pilot check ride and then jump straight back into instrument. So you keep marching on regardless of where the check rides fall, or regardless of where your progress falls. We all just keep marching forward and move on to the next thing. In some rare instances, someone will say, you know what, I'm feeling too far behind. I'd rather just stay back and do the instrument group ground school again and just work on it some more. That's okay. But in general, we're going to help you keep progressing, and you're going to keep working on the next thing again and again and again, and just keep marching on. The Under My Wing Mentor Program, we're going to talk about that a little bit later again, but this has been probably one of the best things that we've done to help people not fall behind on the knowledge areas. Any of you guys who's having trouble with the knowledge area, let's say you do your self-study, your King School computer-based training, you attend the group ground school guided discussion, you have a flight with your instructor, you ask them questions, and you say, you know what, I still just couldn't quite understand what they said about vectors and lift and how it's produced. You immediately say, I need help, I need a mentor, and you'll be provided a mentor. A mentor is someone who's working on their flight instructor certificate. They're practicing to be a teacher. They give you their time for free because it's valuable time for them. They're learning how to teach. No one automatically is a good teacher. You have to practice it and learn how to teach. They give you their time for free, and no extra cost to you. They don't get paid, and you get someone who will spend an hour, 2, 3, or 4 with you, as much as you need, and teach you until you understand. So it's the most valuable experience for them, because practicing teaching on someone who knows the knowledge is not real teaching, because teaching involves recognizing where the other person is and what they need to receive to get it back. So use the mentor program. Next step, your assigned flight instructor. Each student will be assigned a primary flight instructor, and you'll be meeting your flight instructors. Your primary flight instructor will be with you for that rating. And we've selected your instructors as best as we could to be a good match for you, personality types, like teaching style that looks like it'll work, etc. Teaching and learning is a two-way process. The teacher and the student have to be able to communicate well for learning to occur. If there is not good communication between the teacher and the student, it's not a match. We'll get to it later on, but if you ever feel that instructor is not a match for you, you can go speak to Jaimie or any of the chiefs or assistant chiefs and say it's not a match. And no instructors are going to take it personally. They recognize, they've been through the program just like you guys have, and they recognize that every instructor-student match is not always a match. So don't feel afraid to bring that up. It's part of the program, and it's actually a safety concern. If a student and instructor are not communicating well in the cockpit, it is a safety concern. So, but in general, people will get on well with their instructors, and then you'll fly with several different people along the way. You'll have your primary instructor, and you'll have other instructors who stand in from time to time. You'll learn that instructors have different teaching styles, and that you prefer some of them more than others, and you'll learn a little bit of something from everyone that you fly with. Chief instructor and phase checks. During each one of the ratings, like in private pilot, there's 4 phase checks. You'll fly with your primary instructor until you get to a significant point, like ready for solo, and then you'll fly with a check instructor, the chief instructor, or the assistant chief instructor. And this is a system of checks and balances where you know for the reason of safety, where we have a check and balance system. Just like our mechanics, when one mechanic does a job, another mechanic inspects them. And it might even be a more junior mechanic that inspects a more senior mechanic's work, but a system of checks and balance makes sure that everyone's accountable and everyone's being double checked. So the phase checks are an important part of our safety system. Our phase checks also prepare you for taking tests. Because as a pilot, you're going to take tests all the time. Each one of you guys is going to take 6 or 7 check rides with an examiner. And once you join an airline, you're going to be constantly checked and rechecked. So you guys are going to have to get good at taking tests. You're going to have to become great test takers. You're going to learn how to take tests better and better, and how to get yourself in the right mindset. And the more you practice taking tests, the better you're going to get at it. And being able to fly while being evaluated is going to become like second nature to you. Important documents for you guys to read. There's just a list of them here. They're all printed out in the binder. The rules, the safety procedures and practices, noise abatement procedures, and the course calendar. These are all some important documents you guys should read. The course is going to start hard and fast, and it's important for you guys to kind of stay on top of it and get through some of these. You will go through those documents in group ground school over the coming weeks. We all use Foreflight logbook here. Now, for those of you that have paper logbooks, you'll have to switch over to electronic. If you need help on how to do that, we can help you. But basically, you can make a single entry or a few entries to summarize your previous flight experience, and then just start from there in the electronic. And take a bunch of photos of your paper logbook, save it in your digital logbook, and then just move on electronically from there. You'll see that it's much easier to log things electronically. It's much easier to check your experience. It's much easier to update it, and the airlines prefer it. Here, the next page, page 7, FAA Safety Team. As Lewis already mentioned, we would like all of you guys to start an FAA Safety.gov account and start taking safety courses on the FAA website. And that's really important to start a relationship directly with the FAA. When they're looking you up in the future, if you made a mistake or whatnot, when they're looking you up, one of the first things they'll see is your record of continued self-study with the FAA. This is the record that they keep, and it sets you up really well to be on the good guys list, so to speak, as well as getting the knowledge that they have to offer. So it's a really important thing for you guys to do. There's plenty of places to get knowledge, but making sure that you continually get knowledge from FAA Safety means that you stay current with what FAA is offering, and it is your direct relationship with them and direct record of training with them. If you watch a YouTube video, that's very educational, that's great, but no one knows that you did it. So it's this gives you the credit that you need. The no-fly list, that's what I touched on briefly. Anyone who is not getting on well with their instructor, come forward and we will give you a different instructor. And you'll get to know a lot of instructors along the way here. On the next page, page 8, is the path to becoming a CFI. Who of you would like to work as a flight instructor here when you graduate? Great. As you guys move forward, you'll see that it's very desirable to work here as a flight instructor. Firstly, we have a great family, a family that you guys are becoming a part of, you'll feel a part of. And then also our flight instructors fly more than just about any flight instructors out there. So once you graduate, it could be as little as a year and you're ready for an airline job. So it's a very desirable place to work, and we work on, you'll end up flying the new beautiful airplanes that you get used to flying. It is a great place to work. For those of you that do want to work here, just know that your job interview actually started today. So as you progress through the program, we're going to be looking at you and your progress and evaluating whether you are someone that we'd like to employ as a flight instructor. So for example, someone who's consistently late for lessons and keeps getting those the warning and taking the penalty, that doesn't sound like the kind of person that we want to hire here as a flight instructor. So just know that there's certain traits that we would like to see in an employee and a flight instructor, and obviously being irresponsible, late, etc. Those don't look good on the resume, and you're building a live resume with us, as you progress through the program. Let's talk about the responsibilities of the student as they progress through the program, and this is on page 8 of this document. Those of you who are starting from zero, the first 3 months you're not a pilot. You're a student pilot, which actually is a pilot, but you're not the captain of your ship yet. So during those first 3 months, the student's responsibilities are attending all group ground school sessions, keeping up to date with your self-study, being available for flight training, every day that we have flight training, and showing up 15 minutes early, being professional, responsible, and following all rules and procedures. You can see that your responsibility is not maintaining your logbook. At this point, the flight instructor is responsible for maintaining your logbook because you're a student pilot. You don't know how to do it yet. Let's fast forward to the next 3-month period when you hold a private pilot certificate. Some of you already are at that point. At this point, we consider you an advanced student, and at this point your responsibilities are attending all group ground school sessions, showing up 5 minutes early, staying up to date with your King School self-study, being available for flight training when we schedule you and showing up 15 minutes early, being professional, responsible, and following the rules and procedures that we have in place, and then taking your PIC responsibilities seriously, pilot in command, PIC. At this time, you are the captain of your ship, and it's critical that you take those responsibilities seriously. So that's the second 3-month period, or the first 3-month period for those of you starting with a private pilot rating. And you're responsible for maintaining your logbook, because at this point you're a pilot. Once you finish that, and now you hold a private and an instrument rating, and you start working on your commercial and CFI rating, and you're in the final 3-month stretch. Now your responsibilities are slightly different. They still include attending all scheduled group ground sessions, showing up 5 minutes early, staying up to date with your self-study, being available for flight training that is scheduled and showing up 15 minutes early, showing a higher level of being professional, responsible, and following all rules and procedures, taking your pilot in command responsibilities seriously, maintaining your logbooks for accuracy and diligence, and taking a much more active role in your training to make sure your requirements are being met. In that final 3-month phase, you're an instrument-rated pilot. You're now working on becoming a flight instructor and a commercial pilot and a multi-engine pilot. At this point, you can't say, tell me what I need to do, guys. Do I need to do a long cross-country? At this point, you're in the regulations. You're saying, I need to get my 250-mile cross-country done. It looks like the weather's good, like this weekend. I want to knock it out. So in the final 3-month phase, you're taking a much more active role in your training. You're getting ready to be a flight instructor. And at this point, you're volunteering to be a mentor in the pilot mentor program. So at this point, you're saying, you know what, I gotta be a teacher at the end of this period. Let me see if I can start practicing teaching one-on-one with some of the people that are sitting here in 6 months from now. And you'll be just sitting around coffee shops or around tables here or outside or in the classroom, When you walk around here at any given time of day, you'll see little groups of people in mentor sessions. And so in that final 3-month phase, you should be mentoring and making yourself available and becoming the best teacher that you can be. And the final chapter there just talks about what you need to do to prepare for your CFI interview here. At this time, we are interviewing people for the CFI job when they have all the ratings except multi-engine instructor. So you could just have commercial multi, and we'll interview you for a job here. If you want to be a multi-engine instructor, then obviously you have to have the MEI finished, but we allow you to start working here before you finish your multi-engine instructor rating. But you do need to have your CFII, you need to have CFI, CFII, and commercial multi, and then we'll hire you. So that's pretty much student responsibilities and the path to becoming a flight instructor here. And our timing is perfect. What we can do now is, anyone have any questions? So we can stretch our legs for a little bit. We can go on a little tour around the facility. I'll just talk you through some of the parts of the facility because it's quite a big group that we have here. And then at noon we're going to do lunch. 12:30 SkyWest presentation. So let's take a little stroll. What we're going to do is I'll just talk you through some of what we have here so we don't have to walk with a big group. But upstairs here we have some individual instructor debrief rooms that are also used as testing rooms. So there's an examiner that's up in that third room over there doing tests for like 2 weeks right now. We've got another examiner coming shortly. Any of these rooms are available for you guys to do mentor sessions, self-study, huddle. You could be anywhere in this building except if an instructor comes in and says, I've got a debrief I have to do, can I have the room? Then you give the room up. The restroom is down here, vending machine. This open area here is normally available. We don't have open classes like this outside in the open area normally. So anyone is welcome to post up here, put on headphones, self-study, get in mentor groups, same as outside. And then the fridge is available for anyone to put their stuff, clear it out by Friday or they'll throw it out. We have a computer up there that's set up for people to check flights and to check airplane availability and whether they've come back or not, so use that. Haley at Dispatch is a great resource. She'll help you with anything that you need, and you guys will all get to know her really well. We have some lockers behind the red wall over here and behind the cubicles, and you guys can claim a locker. Let us know if there's none available, we'll get some more. But you can claim a locker and use it to keep your stuff. In general, being at the airport is very safe. You know, we have a little charging station for iPads and phones there, so if you need to just charge it up. In general, things are very safe here, and pilots are in general very respectable people. We have 6 cubicles back there for self-study. That's kind of the quiet zone. Grab a cubicle, do your self-study there, and make yourself comfortable. Same as the couches over here. And same as the group ground school classroom, it's used from 9 till 11 and then 11 till 1. And then sometimes at other times of the day, we have multi-engine ground school or commercial ground school in there. If it's not being used by a scheduled session, you're welcome to hang out in there. The air conditioning's running, get in groups and hang out there. If someone comes in and says, I've got a scheduled class here, then you would just vacate the room and go somewhere else. But all of these are available to you. And in terms of that self-study area there and the simulator area, just keep the volume down there. There's instructors giving lessons on the simulators and there's people doing self-study. So it is kind of a quiet area. Sometimes there can be a lot of people in here and it can get a bit noisy, and that's why we set up the outside deck area, so if people want to make a little bit more noise, you can go outside. And so those are some of those areas. Yeah. So all of this is available. There's a restroom here. We have 5 hangars here. Any of the restrooms are available to you. So just so you know, we'll do a little walk around now. What we're going to do next is We'll all take a stroll out together. Why don't we start? Yeah, we'll start by going down here, through this hangar alley here. We'll go see the flight line. We'll take a look at how we gas things up and where we operate. We'll talk about procedures and etiquette on the flight line. And then we'll come back down our alley over here. So I'll give you guys just a little circular tour. So follow along.
Talent, all the equipment here to maintain our airplanes. And so these guys, like maintenance, these guys are, they don't need to be distracted. You heard Lewis talk about distraction, but they are available. And we do come in here during our systems classes to look at the systems and look at the airplanes and see how they're built. The more you progress through your pilot ratings, the more it's going to be about systems. And so understanding how your machine works is really critical. When you're flying a Boeing or an Airbus, a lot of what you're doing is managing the systems, because when things start going wrong, you got to know how to fix it. You got to know what you're dealing with. So seeing how the airplanes look partially assembled, where you can see the controls inside the fuselage, you can see when you move the stick back and forward. There's a push rod that moves back and forward. It just gives you a better understanding of how it all works. So when an examiner asks you in your test, how does the stick connect to the elevator, you'll say, oh, there's a push rod, because you've seen it, you know it. So, and same with the engines. You'll see the engines all opened up. It's a great way to learn about the systems. And next week on Monday, you'll start looking at open up airplanes already, so you can start to understand how the engine and how all the systems work. So these guys are great. They can help where needed. They're not to be distracted. So that's why we have these lines here, do not cross. But these guys build airplanes all day long. They don't build the airplanes we fly in the flight school. They build other airplanes that are being built for end users and by end users. Let's go to the next hangar. Booth in here where airplanes are painted. So if we did have damage to an airplane, it could get repainted over here. It's great to have. Not much to do with the academy besides that. There is a restroom that's available here in an emergency too, so just keep that in mind. Yeah. Now let's just take a walk over here. Bring it in, guys. So this is our maintenance facility. These guys are some of the most important people here. We sometimes call this the heart of our operation here, because these guys keep the airplanes flying and they keep the airplanes safe. If you want to know how we value them, these guys get paid more than just about anyone who works here. So that's how much we value our mechanics. These guys are not, going to go to the airlines at some point. We need these guys to stay here. We need these guys to get really good at what they do, to know the airplanes really well. And they have a much more, there's a much lower tolerance for mistakes here than on the operations side. A mechanic can make a small mistake that has catastrophic consequences. As a pilot, small mistakes don't normally end up in catastrophic with catastrophic consequences. So these guys have a very critical job, and it can be thankless because no one goes to them and high fives them and says, "Great job, my airplane flew well." First thing that goes wrong, you come to these guys. So again, they're here to help. Also, we don't want to. You do need to speak to them, so just be very critical. But you will find a reason to need them. One of the best things you can do is if you need someone, you can. So we got a bunch of new ones, guys. So you'll get to know. So how do we? That's Dylan. That's Grease, and there's a few others there. Yeah, they don't like it when you guys break stuff. And that's Kelso over there. Maintenance, post-maintenance flying. So when an airplane undergoes maintenance, it needs a post-maintenance flight. Kelso does a lot of that and makes sure that the standardization of the airplanes is good. He's and let's keep going this way.
Can I change your mic pack frequency?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Have them up real close. Here's the on your phone. When we're walking on the ramp, paying attention to spinning propellers, cars, airplanes. Controlled by the Thanks. Yeah. Okay. There goes another one. You look really good. There's a designated smoking area over there. Who of you smokes? Okay. So designated smoking area there. People don't like it if they're smoking in the parking lot or anywhere around the gas trucks. As you guys have seen, our gas trucks are over there. They're only to be operated by flight instructors who are checked out. So pilots cannot operate the gas trucks. Your instructor will fill up your airplane for you. They've all taken the training and taken the airport driving course and have taken fire training. So the gas trucks are not to be operated by anyone other than an employee/instructor. So this is where we're going to be kind of the majority of our flights. We're going to walk down here and take our flights. So let's keep going up the alley. Have all of you guys seen how to get into the front gate? Okay, well, I'll show you. But basically, our parking lot can get pretty full out here. So the overflow parking lot is you know, on Madison. Like if you have anywhere else to park, just bear in mind, parking across the road where the medical center is, they'll tow cars that are over there. If you do patronize a business around here, you could park like down by the Best Buy or whatever. But basically, try to park at the overflow parking and walk across here, and then you come in through this little gate over here, and we'll tell you guys where you are. So it's now noon. Let's break for lunch, and then SkyWest at noon 30. Guys, enjoy. I really
Okay, I'm gonna go put this guy back.
Tony? Yes.
Kind of cool though, being on the ground, like being next to the plane, seeing everything.
just looking for yeah, everything. Yeah, all the keys, the hammer, upside down. So like, I was trying to did that like 3 times. And I was always hanging out for this. Yeah, I was inside about. It is. Very I don't like to do aerobatics without eating.
So what's in the parachute?
Well, it's a second chance.
Second chance. Well, once I was, once I was, I was saying this.
So there's no Sure. Mother Mexican?
No. It's hilarious. It's just like you, but
Yeah? What? Where is he? Yeah, he's got a dog. Where's he from? What's his name? What fun he does with it anyway. Poor guy.
Whatever got the job done. A show of hands again, who of you hope to work for SkyWest Airlines one day? And I didn't even ask the question. Sometimes I ask the question, who of you have heard of SkyWest Airlines? But you guys had all heard of it, so it was no secret to you. We are incredibly happy and proud to be a partner with SkyWest Airlines. And we are very grateful that Erin, who's in charge of the Pilot Pathway program at SkyWest, has chosen to spend his day here with us and with you guys. Erin is going to be the person, if you guys intend to go that route, who helps you along your journey to being a pilot at SkyWest Airlines. And so, Erin, thank you for being here. Let's give him a warm round of applause and welcome Erin Young from SkyWest.
All right, well, thank you all for letting me have the opportunity to come in and share with you today about SkyWest Airlines. I am so excited for you as you are beginning this journey of becoming a professional pilot. As Matt had said, I do run the cadet program at SkyWest, so I'm the one that's in charge of it. I oversee a team of 12 people who are all responsible for different schools and different career events, and I personally, even though I don't really have to take a school, I really wanted to oversee the relationship that we have with Sling because I value this partnership so much. This is, I know we're live streaming this, so I don't want to get in trouble with the things that I say, but this is one of my, I'll just say it's one of my favorite schools. We'll leave it at that. I think you've chosen extremely well to come here and be a part of Sling. We have one of our pilots who works with SkyWest who was one in your shoes not very long ago. Scott Papera here is going to share a little bit with you. He is one of our first officers based out of LA on the ERJ. This is a second career for him. He was in the entertainment industry. He was a Hollywood, big time Hollywood producer, director, actor probably too in some things. Yeah, so he did everything with that, but he made a career change, became a pilot. He will be a primary resource for you as you are going through this entire program. And I would have to say also, because this is such a favorite school of mine, I am yet to receive any free Sling merchandise. So I would like to make sure that I get some free Sling merchandise because I promote it so heavily. Okay, just throw that out there. All right. SkyWest Airlines, we are a regional air carrier. Probably the most famous that nobody has ever heard of, just because we fly for 4 different partners. We fly for United, American, Delta, and Alaska. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that, tell you about the career that you can have with SkyWest, whether SkyWest is a stepping stone for you going on to a bigger dream that you may have, or it's a long-term career that you want to make with the company. So I'm going to talk to you about a little bit about your future and what your future is going to look like. This route, choose to go this route. The video start. Hopefully you'll be able to hear it okay. Just a little bit of a hype promotional video just to get you a little bit excited. Future goal out there on the road. All right, as we begin here and tell you a little bit more about SkyWest, I want to give our first officer, Scott Papera, a chance to introduce himself, tell a little bit about his career, how he got to the point where he, and it was just not very long ago, again, that he was sitting in your shoes.
Thank you. Hello. Wow, what a huge group. I mean, when I first started here about 3.5 years ago, there were about, I think maybe 6 tables. I was actually right where Eric is. That was my spot right there, and now it's this huge this behemoth. I love it. I love Sling. I love my time here. As Erin said, I was in Hollywood for about 28 years. You guys ever heard of Avatar? I didn't work on that at all, but I did work on, I did Friends, I did ER, the Drew Carey Show. I was a camera guy for a number of years, and then I was a director, producer, but really the pull of aviation really drew me back. And I did my research of all the schools here in Los Angeles, found Sling from a senior captain at United, kind of brought me here, and I've loved it. Got my instrument through CFI, MEI, all the I's, and I love it here. So my path was a career change. I know there are a couple of career changes here, I'm sure, and initially it was a little bit scary maybe, like it's a huge jump. You're going from making money to making no money to being a flight instructor and having a whole new life. They do it really, really well here at Sling. I was a cadet as well at SkyWest, which I know at the end of the presentation, Erin will have a little QR code you guys can sign up. It gives you a huge step up when you go into before you start class. A ton of, you get documents early, you get mentoring, you have classes. I'm teaching a class after this for the cadets on human factors. So basically the classes that we will do that I teach are little bits of the interview that you will do when you have your guaranteed pilot interview at SkyWest that you would get from being a cadet. So I'm a recruiter as well, obviously, so I do interviews. So when it comes time for you to apply for a job at SkyWest, I could be one of the people that talks to you and kind of mentors you to the process, and then hopefully offers you a job here at SkyWest. I live in Beach. I'm real close. I'm a mentor here as well. So if you guys have questions at all, you can reach out anytime. I'm happy to talk to you and help you guys.
All right, thank you, Scott. Now, Scott's going to be available to you often just because he's around here a lot. So he'll be here for workshops. He will be here probably on a monthly basis, if not more. So make sure you reach out to Scott. You can also reach out to me. Here is my email address. It's ERIN. I know that's kind of a weird spelling for Erin, but I blame my mom, and I have issues that I'm dealing with that, but that's okay. Erin.youngs@skywest.com. That is the best way to get a hold of me, mainly because I'm either traveling or in meetings continuously. So the best way to get a hold of me is by email. Just correspond that way. All right, let me tell you a little bit about SkyWest and who we are as a company. Number one, we are a regional air carrier. We're going to look later at what that means to be a regional air carrier. Number two, we are a stepping stone for getting into the 121 world. Now, the 121 world, that is going to be a regulation that you're going to learn about as you're going through all of your training, but that's what governs professional airlines in the transportation industry. You have to get experience in the 121 world before you could move on to a larger air carrier, and we are a regional carrier that gives you that opportunity to build your hours and grow in your career. And you're going to learn, again, more about that. We are governed by several guiding principles that we really focus on at SkyWest. Those guiding principles are these. First, we are very focused on health and safety. There is nothing that can destroy an airline quicker than being unsafe, having some kind of an incident, some kind of unsafe aircraft that they're operating. So we take pride in the fact that our airline is a very safe airline. One of our pilots could be in the cockpit, they could be doing their pre-flight, they could determine that something is wrong with the plane. They do not have to fly that plane. They can tag it out, whatever the issue is. We want to fly planes that are safe. We want to make sure that they're reliable. We are focused on not only health of the pilot's health of the plane as far as safety goes, but we want to make sure that our airline as a whole stays healthy and safe, and that's a big priority that we have. We are focused on personal and operational reliability. We want to be reliable. We want to fulfill what we have said that we would fulfill. So we want to be reliable and on time, not only personally as employees of the company, but also as a company as a whole. We have fairness and consistency as one of our guiding principles, and that means that we have fair and consistent rules across the board. It's not one set of rules for one group and a different set for another group. We want to deal honestly and fairly with one another as a company as a whole. We are also focused on respect and teamwork as a company. We are focused on personal and corporate integrity, operating with integrity in our company and personally, and then also having good profitability. We are one of, if not the only airline that during the whole COVID pandemic that did not either go out of business, go into bankruptcy, or furlough pilots. We didn't lay off pilots during that time. Every other airline did. They laid off pilots because they could not keep the airline operational. They were losing too much money. We pride ourselves in the way that we manage our company to make sure that we have money in the bank with the profits that we make so that we can sustain storms that are going to be out there and on the horizon. There have always been them in the airline industry. We've had numerous times where the airline is cyclical. It goes up and down based upon what's going on in the world. We have not had to worry about ever furloughing a pilot in our 50-year history, which gives job security for our pilots during hard times. They didn't have to worry about having a job during that entire superior profitability. We started in 1972 as really two simple routes. We had a person who owned an airline. It was a couple of attorneys, as a matter of fact, and they wanted a way to travel between St. George and Salt Lake City. They bought a little airline called Dixie Airlines. It was just a little, probably a tax write-off more than anything. It was a way for them to be able to get back and forth from St. George to Salt Lake City. They would fly often over Cedar City. If there was somebody standing out on the tarmac, they would land, pick up those passengers, and take them with them. And I think they started with maybe a couple of Archers that they had to fly. I don't know if you remember specifically what they had, but it was a small little operation. From that point, we grew into the country's largest regional airline. In fact, we are one of the largest airlines in the entire world. We're approaching somewhere between 5,000 and 6,000 pilots that we have today, multiple routes that we are flying. If you think of a regional airline, maybe if you're like me, you might think of a region of the country. So maybe you have a West Coast region or a mountain region or the Midwest region or an East Coast region. Well, that's typically what a regional airline covers. They cover a region. I'm going to show you what our United States, we fly from Canada down to Mexico. We fly regularly even into Alaska. There's only two states that we don't fly to today. Those are Hawaii, because we can't make that cost efficient with the planes that we have. And then we don't also fly to Delaware, of all places, because they don't have a commercial airport that we can go into. So those are the only two places that we don't fly. Otherwise, we fly all of the light blue are the Alaska routes that we fly. The dark blue are the United routes. The red are the Delta routes that we fly. And you will go into places that you would have never expected to go before. On Delta, on American, and on Alaska. Now, that is a really cool United, Delta, Alaska, or American. Any of you? Yeah, almost everybody has to fly for them. Well, there is no other airline in the world. It's before you make a future decision. You're going to be able to see how they operate, how their baggage handlers and ramp personnel are, how their gate attendants are, how their customer service are, how satisfied their passengers are, and it will help you to make an informed decision someday of where you would want to go. But after working with SkyWest and looking at all four of them, they made a different decision after. Now, another cool benefit is that we get, as employees, we get flight benefits on those four airlines. Now, how many of you have heard of standby travel, non-revenue travel, airline industry travel? We fly. My wife and I and my children, my parents are on my benefits as well. We can essentially fly for free anywhere that those four airlines go. Not only domestically, but we can also free. If it is internationally, there's usually an international tax we have to pay when we depart from the country of wherever we go to. We have used those extensively to travel everywhere. And by the way, once you get into the airline industry, you have flight benefits, your family will never. My wife and I came out here to LA. I live in Northeast Wyoming. We hopped on a flight yesterday, flew out here so I could be at Sling. Beautiful weather here, by the way. I left weather that was a blizzard, roads were closed, came here. We just get that opportunity because we have those flight benefits. Last fall, my wife and I went to Scotland. We flew into London, rented a car, drove through England up to Scotland, toured Scotland, flew home from Scotland, all because we have those flight benefits. And the really cool thing was we were able to fly on Delta. Experience. with the lay-down flat seats and the trolleys of food. They close the curtains so that the people in the back can't see what's going up in first class. They have harps that are playing, and no, I'm kidding with that. It's an incredible thing, and you get those opportunities by being commute based out of, as long as you're there on time, that's no problem. You can live wherever you want to live, but it's really easy also to live in base if that is your choice. So Scott lives in LA, in the LA area. He flies out of LAX. He's an LAX ex-ERJ first officer. You can do the same kind of thing. But you don't have to work or be based out of LA. If you want to stay here, or if you want to move somewhere else, you can be based anywhere around the country that you would like to be based. Now, you can change your base every 30 days with SkyWest. Once you're in a base, you cannot be displaced from that base, so you're not going to be kicked out. If somebody more senior to you wants your spot, they can't have it unless there's an opening at that base. Once you're in, that is your base as long as you want it. But you can change it every 30 days. We have certain pilots that will change, very senior pilots that will change their bases based upon the weather. So these are some of the senior guys. They will say, you know what, I live in Salt Lake, but I don't want to fly here in the wintertime. I'm going to change my base to LA or San Diego for the wintertime. They're going to get a line. They're going to be flying all the southern routes as much as they can. And they can do that because they are a senior person within the company. So there's incredible opportunities that way as well. All right, I already talked about the 4 different partners that we have. One of the unique benefits, again, is we get to peek behind the curtain. You get to work with all 4 of them. You don't change your procedures with SkyWest. We follow our own procedures, but you will be working with their gate agents, ramp agents, customer service agents, and handling their passengers. The passengers don't know that they're not on, let's say, a United operated by SkyWest, or maybe they hear it, but they don't really pay attention to it. We operate like we're United, or we operate like we're Delta. The only thing that changes on the pilot's side is that you have to change the announcement that you make. So instead of saying United, and we get the flight benefits on all of those. Another cool thing that you have is that if you do come to us and you stay for about 1.5 years as a first officer, you can then upgrade to captain. Once you've been a captain, if you stay for us for a United, Delta, or Alaska, or Southwest. We don't do with American because they have a different agreement than the others do, but you can have a guaranteed interview by going through the SkyWest system one day with either United, Delta, Alaska, or Southwest. Okay? All right, let me talk just a little bit more. What are we looking for in pilots? Well, we are looking for these kind of things. And if you notice, most of except for proficiency, but it really doesn't talk about your skills. This talks more about who you are. We trust that Sling will train you to the proficiency that you need to have. We don't doubt that in the least. You will have every bit of training you have. The rest of it is about who you are as a person. Professionalism. How professional are you? Positive attitude. Teamwork. Your willingness to learn and be teachable. That's a humility thing. Being willing to be teachable. Leadership. When you get hired as a first officer, your interviewer, like Scott, is not looking to hire you as a first officer. They're not saying, okay, does this person meet a first officer criteria? What they are looking for is a future captain. So when you get hired, if you get hired, they're going to be thinking to themselves, this is a future captain. Yes, they're going to stay in the right seat for a brief amount of time, but they're going to upgrade and be a captain, and they've got the criteria to be a captain. So our culture is not about anything other that makes sense. SkyWest invests in our pilots. Right now, first officer, really without working too hard, first officers are making figures starting out as a first officer, brand new first year. Our captain pay is over 216,000, and that's without a lot of hard effort. If you want to put in more effort, that number will go up from there. You'll have a 76-hour monthly guarantee, a profit-sharing bonus that we have that with the company. You'll also have no union dues because we are not a union company. We are not driven by a union. We are not that represent all of the pilot group, and they negotiate with management. And what that gives us the ability to do is be more flexible. If we see a need, we're not locked into a long-term mean anything to you yet. Before you become an airline pilot, you have to go through a class called an ATP CTP class. Usually that's about, you know, a couple $1,000, maybe $3,000, $6,000 now. Wow, $6,000, we'll cover that for you. You don't have to do that. You'll have a great quality of life, upgrade eligible in 2 years. That's from the start of training to the time that you can upgrade to captain. Guaranteed pilot interview program, and again, like I said before, we have never furloughed a pilot. All right, here's some pilot pay examples. You can take a screenshot of that if you'd like to. For example, year one, about 95,000, again, without too much extra effort to be at 95,000. Year two, as a first officer, year two, you're at about 102 with, again, not too much effort. Those numbers can go up from there. By year three, you're in the captain range. Or I'm sorry, that's year five captain. They're putting in there 192. That's with the 401k match and all of those things. Again, without too much effort, those are the kind of numbers that you're looking at. All right, I'm going to skip this and go right here. We have that guaranteed interview program that if you do come to us, you can have a guaranteed interview with any of these 4 airlines, the airlines of your choice. All right, become a cadet with SkyWest. Now, how many of you have heard of the cadet program? Anybody at all? How many of you have applied? Anybody applied and been accepted? Okay, here's the steps that you're going to follow. Number 1, apply for the cadet program. You're going to apply at skywest.com. I'll put it up on the screen in just a moment. The cadet program is no cost. It is no obligation, and it is no commitment. It is just a no-brainer to get into. The cadet program is a way for you to get your foot in the door with SkyWest. The cadet number, you get your hire date, and you start earning some things like company seniority. Company seniority starts for you as soon as you apply for the cadet program. If you apply, already going to be earning company seniority. What that means is this: you're going to have more seniority when it comes to things like your 401k match, your paid time off that you're going to get, your profit sharing bonuses that you can qualify for, and it's also going to translate over into the training that you do. When you go to a training class, you will be seated in a group like this. It will be about 50 new pilots that we hire. We hire about 50 new pilots every week. You'll be seated in a ground school class. In ground school is how you determine your base. You're going to see the list of bases that are available. They're going to come to the front right of the class, and they're going to say, or the front left, they're going to say, here's the bases that are available, which one would you like? You pick the base that you want, moves down the list. Until you get to the very back of the room, the back person in seniority, they're going to say, well, I'm sorry, there's no other bases that you have except for Detroit in the middle of February. Sorry, that's where you're going to get. Not to say anything bad about Detroit if you're from Detroit, but that's not where you want to be in February, or Chicago perhaps. Simulator training when you're in our training program. Again, you pick those by seniority. So there's a lot of benefits that happen just by being in the cadet program. Another benefit that you're going to get is a guaranteed interview with the company. By being a cadet, you have a guaranteed interview with us. There's a lot of people that apply for the first officer position that don't get a guaranteed interview. All of our cadets get a guarantee to be hired with SkyWest. We are also going to give you what's called an interview prep session. Before you actually do your interview, we are going to sit down and prepare you for your interview. And that's exclusive to our cadets. We're going to make sure you're ready to go with everything that you need to have to be successful in the interview. Another thing that we give access to is, and I don't know what you use for logbook here, if you're using Log10 or if you're using Foreflight or Foreflight. We do give free access to the Log10 Pro logbooks as well. So that's a wonderful benefit that you're going to get. Yep. Yep, so really make sure you take advantage of that. Now, couple of final notes. Number one, apply here, skywest.com/cadet. As soon as you have applied, I want you to personally email me, Erin.youngs@skywest.com, say, I just applied. I will accept you into the program. I'll get you accepted into the cadet program immediately. Again, no cost, no obligation, no commitment. Number two, with Sling, we have a tuition reimbursement agreement that is $15,000 that you can receive by being a part of Sling. So you sign an agreement with us, and that will be paid out to you as a bonus after you've completed your training with us. So that'll be sitting there available for you to help reimburse you for the cost that you have put out for your training in order just to help you get started, kind of kickstart your career as a pilot. So those tuition reimbursement agreements are available. As soon as you've signed up for the cadet program, you're going to have access to a SkyWest online website. You can sign that tuition reimbursement agreement. It sits there in your account just waiting for you. If you decide, you know what, I'm not going to go to SkyWest, no problem, it just expires. If you decide you want to come to SkyWest, and I hope you do, that's going to be paid out to you as soon as your training is complete and you're ready to go. So that's another unique benefit that we have as a partnership with Sling that we don't have everywhere else. So that's another good thing that you have access to by being a part of Sling and the cadet program. So that is really it. That's all I have to share. If you want to, you can use the QR code. That will take you right to the cadet. It should, in theory, take you to the cadet page to apply for that, or you can just go to skywest.com/cadet. Actually, that's wrong. It's skywest.com/pilot pathway program. We learned that last time. All right. We want to answer any questions that you may have, whether it's related to me or to Scott, regarding SkyWest or the cadet program. Anything that you have, if you want to ask Scott about what's it like to commute, what's it like to be on reserve, what's it like to be a pilot walking through the airport, you can ask him any of that stuff as well. So what questions do you have? Yes?
What's been the success rate for the guaranteed interviews?
The success rate of the guaranteed interviews, the numbers that we have heard are in the upper 90%. We haven't heard specifics, at least I haven't, but with the ones that we have heard, upper 90%. Usually the reason people are successful is because, number one, they take advantage of the interview prep session, and then they go into that guaranteed interview really knowledgeable and ready to go. And they really listen to what their interview prep mentor has to say. The reason people are not successful is because they don't prepare themselves. So Scott may say, okay, you really need to work on this area, you need to read this book, I want you to study this material, and they just don't do it. Or they come to the interview and they're not professional. They're not wearing a suit and tie, for example. You need to look professional. This is an airline career. Scott's wearing a uniform and a tie. He expects that same professionalism to come from you when you're interviewing. So we've had people, we're doing interviews through technology, virtually, through Teams, but we've had people show up at those in t-shirts. We've had people show up for them wearing a shirt and tie and shorts, and you think, well, we would never know if they're wearing shorts, except somehow halfway through the interview they stand up and you see that they're wearing shorts. So wear a full suit, be professional, ready to go, and study the information that is given to you. So high percentage, but it's still up to you. It's not a guaranteed job, it is a guaranteed interview. Okay, what else? Yes? Why are we so concerned about clothing? Why we're so concerned about that? Professionalism. Well, Scott, why don't you talk about that, because you just taught on professionalism last month.
What was the question?
Concerned about clothing you're wearing.
Well, that's a really good point. So you walk into an aircraft, you're a passenger, and you look inside the flight deck and you see a pilot in there. They're wearing a t-shirt, they're wearing shorts, they're wearing flip-flops. What's your impression of that pilot gonna be? Oh my God, I'm gonna die, right? That's what I would feel if I was a passenger. So you want to look professional, It's a professional job. So we're flying multi-million-dollar jets. The company has $1 billion in the bank. There's a lot at stake when you are a pilot for SkyWest. So if you show up to the interview and you're not professional, you're not dressed well, you don't present well, I don't want my company to be represented by someone who isn't professional. It's like basic, just, by the way, suit can be business suit type of thing. But if you're not dressed appropriately, I don't think you're taking the job seriously or the interview seriously. Maybe you don't care enough about how you present yourself to that will translate into your flying career as well. So we may not necessarily, now I won't say you won't get a job because you wore a shirt and tie and didn't wear a coat and tie, but as an interviewer, I'm wearing a suit and tie. And so I sit there and I got all the way down to the dress shoes. And if someone doesn't show that same sort of respect, in the back of my head I'm thinking, okay, well maybe I'll dig a little harder on some of these questions. Maybe,
Talk about you being a pilot at the airport in your pilot uniform and how that shows professionalism and what happened to you specifically.
Good story. I'll try to do the nickel version of it. I was just off training, and I flew from San Francisco. I was in Salt Lake City. I was on a 4-hour ready reserve at the time. So I was walking around the airport, getting my steps in, because my watch always says, hey, time to stand up, get your steps in, buddy. So I'm trying to get my steps, and I'm walking around the airport, and this mom runs up to me, and she's frantically crying. She's like falling, inconsolable. She's holding her 3-year-old son, and she's like, I don't know what's wrong with him. I don't think he's breathing. Fix him. And she hands me her son, and I'm looking. I'm like, I'm a pilot. I'm not a paramedic. I'm not Eric. I mean, Eric, yeah, he would have no problem, right? So she looked at me and said, here's somebody who obviously maybe knows more than the average person. Fix my son, who I don't think is breathing. And the kid was like turning blue, his eyes were rolling back in his head, he was drooling everywhere. So she hands me her son. I'm in an airport that I'm even familiar with, and I'm looking around and I don't see anybody. So I do like the old Hertz commercial. I grab them in my arm. I start running through the airport. Found a gate agent and said, hey, call the paramedics. Call someone like Eric. Those guys take their time to get over here, and it takes a while to cross the airport. I'm in my head thinking on my checklist, like a pilot, like, okay, I'm going through my QRC. All right, is it this? Are they choking? Is it in my list? Again, I'm a pilot, not a doctor, and we figured out that maybe he was choking. We're like rubbing his back. Does he have asthma? Oh, he had asthma years ago. And would have an inhaler, in the gate agent. Someone had an inhaler. Gave him a squirt of albuterol. He starts like coming to. Meantime, his brother was like 6, looked at me and is crying and says, hey, are we still going to Disney World? And I'm like, I'm a pilot. I don't know, And so he comes to. The paramedics show up and they give him oxygen and they work on him for a little while. And then everyone's all this like carnage and wraps and cords and cables. And I sort of stand up and I'm like, all right, I'm done. And I walk off, and I'm sure I was tackled by TSA because my bag is, I don't even know where in the airport. I figured I'm going to get arrested for leaving my bag, and that was it. But it was the first time that I had this like epiphany that, wow, being a pilot is not just doing this, like pull back, houses get smaller, push forward, they get bigger. There's a lot more to it, and part of it is just how you look and how you present yourself. So when you walk into that aircraft, people are going to look at you, and you're going to smile and you're going to wave, and they're going to say, okay, these guys and gals, they have my back. I know that I'm going to get to Salt Lake City, and I'm going to be safe. And that's really what kind of comes down to how you look, how you present yourself is a big part of our job. It's not just doing this.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. It's funny, too. I mean, we'll get in. I've been in SkyWest flights where I've stepped in and look in the cockpit, and the pilot looks like he's, maybe 16. I don't know if he could shave yet, but he's wearing the uniform, and I know, okay, he's had his training, he's got his hours, he qualifies, and it's that professionalism that you see. So that's one of the reasons that people don't pass interviews is because of a lack of that. So just so you're aware. Yes, you had a question. Percentages of female pilots. I don't have the specific statistic. I know that it is growing. It's increasing rapidly. The last I'd heard was about 20% to 30% in that range, but it is continuing to increase and continuing to grow. And I know that our training classes have had more and more female pilots, which has been great to see for the industry. So, yeah, I had a friend of mine who female pilot who is real small. I don't even know if she crossed the 5-foot barrier. But, and she was worried about that. Am I going to be too small even to be a pilot? Seat's fully adjustable. She is able to be a captain with us. There's no commitment to sign up for the cadet program or to sign the tuition reimbursement agreement. Again, we hold that on record for you. It's only after you have been paid out that the commitment clause kicks in. So if you come to us, you've fully trained with us, we have paid you the funds, that's when that commitment kicks in. If you step out of that commitment early, you just have to pay that money back. Okay? Yes? That link, the QR code did not work. The link, I'd like people to stay at least 2 years as a captain. That's our goal, and that's what we are building our models around. There are certain captains that will stay with us and be with us. And they love the pay. They're getting paid extremely well, so they do love that. And one of the things that you'll notice that will happen, and so just be aware of this in the future, is that the pilot world is all seniority based. Every time you start over, you go back to the bottom of the list. So you finally start progressing as I'm not flying weekends, I'm flying exactly what I want. I get the trips that I want. I'm not flying, you know, maybe it's not even 4 days anymore, maybe it's just 3 days, or maybe if it's even stand-ups or whatever it might be. Love it, and then I upgrade to captain, and I have to go back to the bottom of the list. As a captain, I have to upgrade over from SkyWest to United or Delta or American, then I start back at the bottom of the list as an FO again. And I work my way up, and then I upgrade to captain, and I start the family atmosphere. Every one of our domiciles is their own family, and they really grow close to each other, and they do things together. So we recognize people will stay, some people will leave, the majority of people will move on, and that's perfectly fine. So the incentives, though, stay at least 2 years. I don't know. Yeah. The guaranteed interview is we will set up the interview for you. You can put in your profile at the time that you're ready to do that. You can go in and select which one you want to have that guaranteed interview with, and then it's up to you to make sure that you're prepared. When you interview for one of those other companies, it's a very, very detailed process. You'll actually have professional people that will help you get ready to go for that. So that's not, but it's not a SkyWest thing.
People pay that $1,000 just to get the interview. It's guaranteed with SkyWest you get the interviews, and then it's kind of on you how you do that.
Yep. What else? Anything else?
Scott, where's the most fun trip you've done with your flight benefits so far?
I've been to Hawaii. Actually, you know who's getting a lot out of my flight benefits? My dad. My dad he's gone all over the country. They've gone to Hawaii. What's cool about our benefits, man, we have all these partners. He was in Hawaii and couldn't get back on United because they only had one seat, and it's him and his wife. So we'll hop on Alaska. We'll go to San Jose first. I mean, we have so many options that it's you can go anywhere you want to go. So I've only been to Hawaii on my own because I've been flying a lot. I'm recruiting a ton, and I'm enjoying doing this. Yeah, my dad has my benefits. Your significant other or a friend, you could have them be your buddy can do your benefits. If you have kids, they're also on.
Some of our training to make it more CRM based to get you more ready for 121.
Yeah, so apparently there's some really, really good SkyWest pilots who are helping to build a CRM program, and we'll talk about that later on. But your checklist too, how it actually really is on the flight deck, and it's a cadence, it's a partnership. You know, Captain Erin and I are flying, together. You fly a leg, I'll fly a leg. You switch off back and forth. Not a lot of that is taught anywhere else. So we sort of saw that need, and it's the way there because half the battle is knowing how to work in a crewed environment.
And I'm not a captain. Don't make that. I'm not a captain. So just so you know,
You're at heart.
a captain at heart. Most of you. So, all right.
Back at our, knowing what you know now.
I wish I did it earlier. Probably is one I would say. But yeah, the question is, I wish I knew prior to a program like this. It's really bespoke. So I'm a visual learner. And I figured that out as I was here. And so I did things, I wrote cards, I did lesson plans when I was a CFI, I built like 65 lesson plans. Dive in with both feet. Like the sooner you learn how to study, it's a lot of information. In the 121 world, everyone says it's like, drinking from a fire hose. It's like eating an elephant with a fork, a scoop at a time. I mean, it's a lot of information. So learn how to study and really just pour yourself into it. The harder you work at knowing and understanding and knowing how to learn, when you go to this next level in 121 where you've got 2 weeks to learn everything and then you got to know it or you don't. So if you have those good habits now, getting good sleep, studying, showing up on time, being professional, it only helps you study. Also, the instructors at SkyWest, they know if you're a good student. They know if you're working hard. If you're struggling, they're going to help you. They're going to give you, extra help if you need it. They are rooting for your success just as much as we all are. So, and it's the same thing here. So work hard, study. If you need help, don't drown in information. If you need help, get a mentor here, and there's people that'll help you. That's probably the biggest thing I could say. And then fly good. Yeah.
All right. Anything else?
Erin,
Yes.
I mean, has I saw that Southwest has they.
And really, no, there's such a need, and we don't see that need slowing down industry-wide, whether it's 135 operations, whether it is it's going into the 121 world, Southwest reducing their requirements. There's a lot of great programs out there, and we think that we are the best stepping stone, but that every company thinks that. But we think we're going to give the best opportunities for that to happen. Yeah. No. Okay, so let me just wrap this up, my part of it anyway. Again, sign up for the cadet program. Reach out to me personally once you've signed up for it. I'll be there to help you every step of the way as much as I possibly can. I will be out here often just to help you in anything that you have questions with. Wonderful decision, I believe, for your for your future. So sign up for the cadet program, reach out to me, work hard, and we'll see you at SkyWest very soon.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you short. But you were saying everyone says they have the best training, the best program. I was lucky enough to have a drink with a retired a guy that was retired from the FAA one night, and being in the industry, I asked him, who does the best training in the industry? He said, hands down, SkyWest, no question. And that's a real story. I was talking to a friend of a friend who was retired FAA, and he called you guys out for having the best training. So, that's from someone that's not involved with any of us.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Nope, you're great. Well, thank you all. I'll let you get back to your orientation day, and so thanks for letting us be a part of this. Yep.
So much.
Thank you, Erin, and thank you, Scott. Really appreciate you guys coming here and taking time out of your day. And we are so proud of our partnership with SkyWest Airlines, like I said. And we wanted the partnership with SkyWest Airlines and no one else. And we're so glad that we have the partnership because we think it sets you guys up for the best transition into the next phase of your pilot careers. 1:14, good timing. Guys, take a little 5-minute break, and next up we're going to have a course overview. So come back in about 5 minutes and we'll continue with the program. Thank you so much. Okay, everyone. I'm going to invite Brandon Villalobos up here. Where did Brandon go? Thank you. Okay, everyone. We are getting closer to the 3 o'clock hour where you guys will be able to finally get bring on the weekend. The next thing we're going to go over is the course overview, which is in your binders as well. Brandon, our incoming chief instructor for private, is going to go through this with you. And Jaimie's going to join him for schedule orientation, WhatsApp, mentor programs, and then we'll have a final break, and then we'll get into Foreflight and Foreflight logbook. It's all a lot of information, and but it's just to get you guys ready for Monday. And those of you who want to get up and ask Erin Young some questions during the program, feel free to do that while he's still here. In the meantime, I'm going to hand it over to Brandon Villalobos. Welcome, Brandon.
Who's sitting here? Anybody? Oh, no. I'm going to try to do this without the mic. Can everybody hear me okay if I raise my voice a little bit? Just don't like talking on microphone. Operating handbook and the checklist.
Can you use the mic, actually?
Okay. Yeah, so included in the binder here is pilot operating handbook. So this is going to be, I guess I'm not used to like large classes and having to really project. This is going to be a reference for you know, all things related to the plane, systems, performance, information, stuff like that. So study this, read through it. At times it might be dry, but as you progress, you're going to understand what you're looking for and what you're reading in the book. The other two things in there, checklists. I'm sure checklists have already been mentioned, right? This is the bread and butter of aviation. These should always be followed. So if you've got your headset bags or something, stick them in a pocket in your headset bags. Make sure that you hang on to these. Maybe write your names on them too, so you can keep track of them. If you misplace them, leave them in the planes or something, they'll get back to you. Okay, let me just put these back. Okay, let's see. We're going to go to Section 6. That's basically just your 3-month calendar of how things should flow. If you're on track, you'll kind of follow that syllabus, that flow, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't mean that you have to stick to that. If you need a little more time in certain phases, by all means, just take the extra time, make sure you're prepared. But that's just the general flow of how things will flow with the program. So if we flip to section 7, I understand we do have, who's private in here? Who's starting from 0? 0, 0. Okay, cool. So this will be more related to you, but some information applies to instrument as well, just because of the fact that we'll be doing phase checks for the ratings as well, for all the ratings. So this is your syllabus that you're going to follow. Let's look at, we got stage 1, stage 2, and then stage 3. But stage 1 is your pre-solo. So everything you should be learning in pre-solo is all here. So if we look at week 1, phase 1, it's learning your airplane. So we need to learn all about the sling and the systems related to that and things like that. Actually, let me back up a little bit. Where it says under week 1, phase 1, learning your airplane, it says CTA, phase tile, that information right there. That's what you're going to study in the ground school, in the King School program that you got. And then the stuff below that, the flight stuff, is what you're going to be doing in the airplane with your instructor. Does everybody still hear me okay back there? Cool. So we got getting to know your airplane, how an airplane flies. So that's the 4 forces of flight. What makes an airplane fly? Anybody know? Lift. Yeah. What is lift? Wait, you've been here. You've been flying before already, right? Okay, cool. It's the wind flowing over the upper surface of the wing provides a lift. High pressure, low pressure. You'll get into that. More about your airplane and airplane engines and systems. So your flights are going to consist of just basics in the beginning. As an instructor, I've kind of figured out that the best way to teach and for you to learn is to really slowly build on the tasks that you'll need to do to become a solo pilot and a private pilot. So instructor's going to be doing most of the work, and you're going to be flying the plane and getting used to the 4 fundamentals: straight and level flight, turns, climbs, descents, things like that. So your week 1 is mainly going to consist of that, and reference the outside when you're first learning how to fly. Reference the horizon, things like that. Then controlling your airplane, increasing awareness. Week 2, phase 2, you got your knowledge test things right there. Your flight stuff is going to consist of recognizing and recovering from stalls. What's a stall? Loss of lift. Yeah, it's a loss of lift. So does anybody here think that it had to do with the engine shutting off in flight? No. Yeah, so a lot of us, myself included, that didn't know what the heck a stall was. It's nothing to do with the engine. It's loss of lift, critical angle, stuff like that. You'll learn all about that. Correcting for the wind in flight and then making steep turns. So that's what you'll mostly be doing in week 2. Week 3 is going to be takeoffs and landings. That's when we start to introduce takeoffs and landings. So everything you've learned up until week 3 applies to takeoffs and landings. So stalls, maintaining certain airspeeds in slow flight, things like that. And that's going to be when you'll start preparing to land the plane on your own. So the instructor's going to work with you on shifting responsibilities. Maybe the instructor will take the first landing. You're holding the control. You're shadowing the controls a little bit. They're explaining what they're doing, and then they're slowly going to hand off the controls to you. So you're eventually doing it on your own. Then we got crosswind takeoffs and landings, and then just more takeoffs and landings. Like I said, pretty much all takeoffs and landings that week. We don't get a lot of crosswinds here, so recommend going to other airports. Your instructor will do that as well. They'll take you over to Long Beach. Long Beach gets more crosswinds. They'll make sure that you're ready for it, because crosswinds can be tricky, but not something that you can't handle. But it just depends on where you are in your learning and stuff like that, when it should be introduced. So in week 6 is when you do a little bit more solo flights. Oh, sorry, week 5 flight. So if everything flows smoothly, sorry, I'm jumping around. In week 5, if everything flows smoothly, let's say Monday you do your phase check, Wednesday you'll do your first solo flight, and Friday you'll do your second solo flight. Does anybody know what the first solo flight typically consists of? Not instrument students. Yeah, how many times and what is it? Yeah, and they're all to a full stop. So we want the most ideal conditions for you. You're flying on your own, it's a big step just to fly the plane on your own. So we want it to be perfect conditions. We want you to be full stop, taxi back, make it nice and safe. Could you do touch and goes by then? Possibly, but we want to make it nice and safe for you. Oh yeah, so first solo flight, second solo flight, and then week 6, you got solo flight beyond the pattern. So that just means you're going to go out to the practice area and you know, just do some basic maneuvers out there, just leave the airspace. It's a slow progression. So you're nice and safe for your first solo. Your second solo is going to be maybe touch and goes, as many laps as you feel comfortable with in the pattern. And then your solo flight beyond the pattern, we're just leaving the airspace, going out there, and then coming back in. See what I mean? It's a slow progression. We're not trying to throw things at you all at once and overwhelm you with, you know, solo responsibilities. Using short and soft field techniques, that has to do with landings and takeoffs, because those are tasks that you'll need to do for your check ride. And then week 7, you're going to start flying cross countries. So you're going to, you know, fly cross countries with your instructor. There's a certain requirement. I'll say this: there's a certain requirement that you need for your check ride, or to be able to do your check ride. Certain requirement, cross country requirements. But for the private rating, I just encourage you, backing up again, those requirements consist of certain distance cross countries. But for your private rating, just go to other airports. It's not all about every cross country flight being to a required distance airport. We've got tons of airports around here. Just go to different airports, get different experiences, talk to different controllers. They're going to have you enter the pattern maybe different ways that you're not used to, but it all kind of goes towards the knowledge of, you know, flying in a busy airspace and entering airspaces from different directions and things like that. Let's see, we got, so like I said, it's pretty solid flow here, going cross country, polishing your skills, and then solo cross country. In the red there, we got a phase check before you do your solo cross country. So again, another 1 hour ground and a 2 hour flight. And we're just going to be testing your skills, how you fly cross country, how you talk to approach controllers in the area. We've got our local controllers and our approach controllers that take care of the other airspaces, the higher airspaces. So how you talk to them and how that flows. And then the next thing in red says written test to be completed before solo cross country. So hopefully you're on top of your knowledge stuff, and I encourage you to really be on top of your ground study. So the fun stuff is flying, the not so fun stuff is the ground knowledge. But you need the ground knowledge to understand how to fly. It just helps to connect the dots. So in a perfect world, you'll have your written test done by week 7. But if it takes you a little bit longer, it takes you longer. It's fine. Just make sure you're prepared for it. You've done practice tests and you're ready to go for it. Then you got some flying at night, advancing your skills, just kind of running through this stuff. And then week 10 is phase check for the last phase check, and that's just covering everything you've learned up to that point. So again, a 1 hour ground session and a 2 hour flight. Okay, so let's move on to, let's see. Section 8 is for instrument. And those of you from Zero Time, follow along so you can kind of get an idea of how the instrument course is going to go. Yeah, so week 1, phase 1 is developing instrument skills. So in the beginning, when you start with instrument, it's all about building your scan. It's exhausting. You can't see outside. All you're doing is staring at a screen and your eyes are constantly moving. You're going to be in the sim a lot. So that's the time that you really want to build that scan. You don't want to waste a lot of time in the plane not having your scan down yet, not knowing what you're looking at and interpreting it. So you have a lot more sim time in the beginning. So maybe 3 sim sessions a week, 2 flights per week. So it starts with that, developing basic instrument skills. So developing your scan, improving your instrument skills, and loss of heading indicator. So we'll do some, we'll fail some instruments in the simulator, so you can learn how to use the other instruments and fly the airplane, because situations are going to happen. Week 2 is IFR flight preparation and clearance, unusual attitudes and failed instruments, and increasing proficiency. Then week 3 is going to be GPS for IFR use, and we'll say GPS for IFR use. The other one that says and ADF and NDB navigation if installed, we don't have that equipment. There are no NDB approaches around here, so you'll learn about that somewhat in the knowledge test preparation, but those are pretty much getting phased out. VOR navigation and flying published departure procedures. And then week 4, you're going to work on holding patterns. Everybody know what a holding pattern is? That's it's basically something if you so all of this I want you to remember that when you do your training, we're flying in VFR conditions, or it's nice and sunny. We can see outside, but I want you to really try to get your mind in the mindset that you're envisioning that you're flying in the clouds the entire time. So say for example the weather's bad, you can't get into your airport. The ceilings are too low, so you need to hold. So they're going to send you out to a certain fix or a certain waypoint. You're going to fly an oval, just basically an oval. There are certain ways that you get into those holding patterns, and that's what you'll be learning. And then week 4 is flying a holding pattern and a DME arc. I won't go into that too much. You'll learn about that. And then that will be your first phase check. That will be phase check for holds and arcs and DME arcs. So again, 1 hour ground, 2 hour flight, and we'll just be covering all things for in that phase. We don't want to jump ahead too much. You haven't gone into stuff prior to that, so everything leading up to that point. Week 5, you've got we start doing instrument approaches. So ILS, RNAV, GPS, localizer approaches. That'll all make sense. It all just sounds like a bunch of letters to you now, but it'll all make sense as you progress. Week 6 is going to be VOR approaches, circling approaches, and more approaches, and then another phase check. So that will just be your approaches phase check. So we don't need to do holds by then. You've already done that. You've already passed that. You're moving on to instrument approaches. They want to see how well you can fly an instrument approach. All right, then we got week 7. That should be about the time that you do your written test. No. And then week 8 is your final phase check for instruments. So that's going to be everything: unusual attitudes, holds, DME arcs, instrument approaches, departure procedures, all that stuff. Let's see if there's anything else I want to jump forward to. Nobody's really in nobody's in commercial, right? No. So with commercial, there's only one phase check. So it's just your final phase check, and you're just doing maneuvers. So private, you're flying outside, you're looking outside, you're referencing the horizon. Instrument, you can't look outside anymore. Commercial, now you can look outside again. So we're just doing a bunch of different maneuvers. We're just building on the knowledge and proficiency that you've gained from your private and your instrument, and applying it to your commercial. So let's see, we got commercial. Oh, flight instructor. So that is my main job here. I'm not getting any new students from this class, nor did I get any students from the last class, because my job is to create flight instructors. So backing way up to my original introduction, I came in here with my private license. That's it. Worked my way all the way up and became a flight instructor. Now I'm teaching people to become flight instructors. So it came full circle. I put in the work. I put in a lot of hard work to get to where I am. So really want to emphasize that. You guys got to put in the work to get there, but you all can and will. just make sure you just nose to the grindstone, do your knowledge stuff, and do your King School, and then you can come to me, and I'll teach you how to be a flight instructor. I think that's about it. Any questions about that? Any questions about any of the phases that I went through for private or instrument? Yes, just down Airport Drive at the end is it Rolling Hills? Yeah, they do it there. You'll meet a couple of nice big Great Danes. It's a really kind of relaxed place. It's that's where we go locally. But there's you can go on the FAA website and find other locations. Okay. You can do it anywhere. It all. Yeah, I mean if it's closer to do it. Yeah. Yeah, so it's not just that one, but that one's obviously close if you live in the area. Obviously you're here, so you feel ready. I'm just going to drive down the street and take the test. Okay. And I think that's it.
Thank you, Daniel. I've been told I have to talk into this thing.
Well, they couldn't hear me back there.
I'm a yeller.
Sir, quick question. Preparing for the FAA test, are there any apps or study guides or something beyond school you'd recommend?
Your ground instructor is going to talk with you on Monday about all this.
Yeah, they'll definitely suggest a lot of different things. There's a ton of resources out there. As far as like basic general knowledge, myself, and I think most instructors will suggest the airplane flying handbook and the pilot's handbook of aeronautical knowledge. But as far as a knowledge test specifically, your instructor can kind of steer you to where they give you suggestions. They'll give you suggestions.
Hi. So many faces.
You really don't need that.
Yeah, I know. That's all right. I've been told. Hi. How is everyone? It's a long day, isn't it? It's almost over, I promise. So what I'm going to talk a little bit about is scheduling is a big deal. It's quite a chore each week to get this many students scheduled with the CFIs, plane-wise, and all the rest. I don't know if it's been discussed already or maybe touched upon, but obviously with noise abatement rules here, our first flight is a takeoff at 7 a.m. Those 7 a.m. Flights are very crucial to the business in the respect that once 7 a.m. is over, we can't get those hours back. So if you have any scheduling conflicts, I really want you to come and discuss it with me and Courtney today. I've already had one person approach me today, which I had forgotten about. He had already told me before, but I need to know definitely if there is scheduling conflicts. I know that's probably already been touched upon today also, that this is a full-time program. It is condensed. You guys are doing a lot of work in the next 9 months of what most people do over a 3-4 year period. It takes a lot. It's a lot of study. It's a lot of brain power. It's a lot of commitment. The flying is the fun part. The studying is not. I will grill you. I will put you with mentors. I'll do my part. I'll do everything I can. But you guys need to come and play ball. Okay? So scheduling, if there's any scheduling conflicts, doctor's appointment next week, not worried about that. That's small potatoes. I'm talking about you work Monday through Friday at 3:30 to 9:30. We need to know. Otherwise, Courtney and I are in the dark and you're going to get scheduled when you can't, and then it really turns into a snafu. Okay? So any scheduling conflicts, please come and see us today before you leave. So Courtney is now building the schedule right now for next week. She does that on a Thursday and a Friday. How she does that is your CFI puts a request into her because they know exactly where you are and what you're working on. They give that request to her on a Wednesday. She records it, and then she starts building Thursday mornings. So if you do have anything for the following week, please try to get it to her before Thursday morning when she starts building for the following week, okay?
Now, as you progress the next couple of weeks, it's just going to be early stages. There's a lot of personalities in this building. There's a lot of different learning styles in this building. So I need to know that the CFI that I've gone and put you with or partnered you with, if it's working or if it's not. Because I don't want to know a week before your check ride, you know what, it's just not a good fit between me and my CFI. That's a little too late. Okay? Right now, I don't know you guys. I get to know, like all those critters back there, I know them real well. But you guys, I don't really know any of you. So it's really just me picking a name, going off your weight. Weight's a big issue. So if you're starting from 0, you're about to find this out. Weights and balance is a big issue, okay, when you're flying a Sling, okay? It's a light sport aircraft. There's a lot of rules around it. So I'm partnering you simply up with a CFI, just partnering a name. I'm going off your weight and hoping it's a good fit, okay? I know that I'm not going to always get it right, so please come and discuss. Don't come to me on the first day and say, you know what, I just don't think this is going to work. Give it a chance. But yeah, if it's not working, please also come and have a chat. After today, you're all going to have my cell phone number. Please keep it in your phone. Everybody will use it, I guarantee, at least once while they're here. If not all by the end of the first week. So you're all got WhatsApp, right? Everybody's aware of WhatsApp is. Everybody knows that that's how we communicate here at Sling. It's a big piece of the puzzle. Please make sure you've got it. You'll be already on the all call, I believe, all of you, but you'll also all be added to a group now by the end of today. So you'll see that. Those of you that are starting from 0 will be going into the private group. Who's in there is your ground instructor for private. All the chiefs, all the bosses, myself, we're all on there, okay? The thought process is you guys can start organizing study groups. Also, your ground instructor, Andrew Pena, will be teaching private, and Patrice is teaching instrument starting Monday. They'll, at the end of each week, put little things on there for you guys to go back and review and all that sort of thing. So it's a big part of communication for ground. The ground portion, okay? So those starting from 0 will be going into the private group. You'll see yourselves added to that WhatsApp by the end of the day, okay? As everybody also accepted their invitation to Flight Schedule Pro. That's our reservation system. No? Okay, if you do not have that downloaded, please also don't leave today, because that's how you're going to see your schedule for Monday, okay? So Flight Schedule Pro is our reservation system. If you have not accepted that invite from Jan, please come and see us in the office before you leave, so you know you have your invite, you're all loaded, you can see your schedule for next week and who you're flying with, okay? I am going to tell you that also before you leave. Yeah, browser app, your home computer, however you guys want to have Flight Schedule Pro downloaded. The one thing I will add is when you do have the app, you use the browser, it doesn't show classroom times, so you won't see that. But I believe you have already been told private class is 9 to 11, Monday through Friday for the next 10 weeks. Instrument class is 11 to 1, Monday to Friday for the next 8 weeks. Does everybody already know that? Pretty much? Yep, great. Okay, it doesn't show classrooms reservations, so it'll show you your flying time and your plane and all that sort of thing. It will not show you your classroom reservation, okay? But you guys are starting, you don't need to really worry about that yet. You just know that class time never changes. It's always 9 to 11 for private, always 11 to 1 for instrument, never changes. So yes, if you do not have Flight Schedule Pro, have not downloaded it, not sure what I'm talking about, please do not leave until you have that downloaded and you can see your reservations, okay? Any questions about scheduling? Is any, yep?
11,
Mm-hmm.
For all the instrument students, are we still required to be here by 11 in the morning?
Okay, so you're not required. Like I said, this is a full-time program. You guys will be in class at least 2 hours a day. You'll be flying at least 2 hours a day. As some of you know, once you're going to start climbing up through instrument, you're going to be flying cross countries of up to 5-6 hours a day. But of course, then add in 2 hours of study. A lot of people do love studying here because they form study
groups and all the rest. If you're better studying at home, that fits you better, your style, by all means, we're not requiring you to be here 8 to 5, 9 to 6 every day. You can make those decisions. You guys are all adults. Whatever works for you. If you, again, are flying like at 7 a.m. And you fly till 9, go get a coffee and then class will start from 11 to 1. That's your day. Some of you will be working on night requirements. Class is 11 to 1. You'll be flying at 5 p.m. It's just all in how the schedule is done. There's no rhyme, no reason to it, what you've got scheduled, except if you have limited availability, which again, do not leave today if you do have any conflicts for scheduling before you talk to Courtney and I. Okay? Any other questions? Schedule? No, it's pretty straightforward. Courtney and I, come have a chat. Trust me, I've got a little ticket counter. It's not real, but I've got a little ticket counter. You can take a ticket, get in line, come chat. Okay, WhatsApp I've covered. Scheduling I've covered. What else did I need to cover? There's a couple of you that we've not yet received payment. That you might be getting funding. You might be in the process of Stratus or something. If you are and it is not yet completed, you will not be scheduled to fly next week. You, of course, are required to be here in class next Monday. You will not be scheduled to fly until such time as we've received payment. So there's a few of you on my list that I know, of course, that you're still in the process of Stratus, that's fine. I know where you're at, but there's a couple, 4 or 5 of you more, we have not yet received payment. So I need to receive that today in order for you to fly next Monday, okay? What else did I need to talk about?
Do we get scheduled on holidays too?
We recognize certain holidays here. I think there's 6 or 7. I don't think we have any major ones except I think we have Easter after instrument class ends. So it might be the last week, around the last week of private class. We'll just maybe have 4 days that week. It's a review week that last week of class, so it'll just, if it's maybe just 4 days, not a big deal. But there are, of course, obvious holidays that we do recognize here. Yes, buddy.
Charge for an aircraft through Flight Pro, or do they have to talk to dispatch?
No, we do all your scheduling. Yep. Courtney schedules everything Monday to Friday through your CFI because they know exactly what requirement they want you to work on next week each day. So that's how we do it. If you guys want to do a fun flight, say for those of you that already have a private pilot's license, you can schedule something on the weekend once you've been well and truly checked out by your instructor, because a lot of you haven't flown slings before, so you have to be checked out, and then you can rent a plane on the weekend. That I won't do. You can do that with dispatch. Yeah. Yes?
Here, do we also get graded on like every part of the lesson as well, and you have to like verify?
Ground, or are we talking a flight? Flight. Okay, so the CTA that Brandon was talking about earlier, what happens at the end of each flight that you do with your instructor, they go in there and they record exactly what requirement you guys worked on and exactly what you did. Like, did steep turns, blah, 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 requirement, blah, blah, blah. I'm not a pilot, I don't talk all that jargon. So, yes, that's what they do. It's all recorded in CTA. Is that the answer to your question?
No, I just kind of had FSP before, and they have like different like grading methods and notes, and like you have to like put
I know what you're talking about. So we are not yet. We have 2 systems. There are flight schools that use Flight Schedule Pro for that. We're not there yet. We're talking to them right now about getting it designed for us. We're using 2 things. Everything like that goes through CTA. You can't see it. Yep, it's strictly communication between chiefs, CFIs, and myself. Sure. Anything else on that topic? Nope. Mentor program, Under My Wings. Don't know if anybody's touched on it today. I'm really passionate about this. I love our Under My Wings mentor program. I think it's a big part of why this place is such a success and why everyone here is a big part of the family. The mentor program works like this. CFI applicants that are going through their CFI training at the time and hopefully want to be employed here one day, they're really wanting guinea pigs to practice their craft on and get really in-depth description in their knowledge. So I hand them over a private student or a commercial student to practice their craft on. So when you guys are having issues at any point, either your CFI or yourselves can come chat with me, and I assign you one of these mentors. For private and commercial, I'll assign you a CFI. When you're working on instrument, of course, I assign you a CFII because they're working on the Certified Flight Instructor of Instrument. That's how we do it. I put you up, I partner you up in a thread, and then you guys start communicating around both your schedules as to when you can partner up and work on anything. Anything you want to work on, you just talk to your mentor, hey, I want to get real in-depth on weather. I'm just clueless with this. I just don't get it. Can we go into this and dive the next 2 hours into this? And they will. Okay, I can't stress you enough how important it is. I feel like a lot of people at the very beginning do not want to speak up and say, hey, I'm really struggling. Like I feel like I'm falling behind. I need some mentor. I want to touch on a couple of these subjects. I'm just not getting it. And for whatever reason, you guys are new around here, you're not sure, please, I'm stressing, come see me. I will put you with a mentor. They want to mentor just as much as you need the mentee time. They want to mentor, okay? I've got CFI applicants right now that have done about 150 hours of mentor already. And they're taking their check rides right now, this week, okay? They love it just as much. So I can't stress you enough. Please speak up if at any point over the next 9 months you guys need help, okay? That's why I'm here. Any questions about the mentor program, how it works? It's pretty self-explanatory. Nope. Who's got any other general questions? I'm not sure I'll answer any pilot questions, but no? Nothing? Yes, buddy.
Okay, so I know in the email we got about like documentations we should have. You guys requested to have a non-owner insurance, but when you go onto the profile to submit it in there, it doesn't let you submit it.
This is such a Wayne question.
Yeah, so... Oh, sorry. Are you talking about like renter's insurance? Yeah. So, I mean, it's not mandatory. We recommend it. Of the 11 years we've been operating here, one time an insurance company went after a pilot because they thought that what they'd done was negligent. We actually ended up speaking to the insurance company and saying, hey, don't go after this guy, they're a good pilot. It's not true, they weren't negligent, and they immediately backed off. So. Just renters insurance, like aircraft renters insurance, yeah. And then we've got someone that we recommend. Is it Denise? I don't know off the top of my head because I'm not the renters. I'm
just tack on my policy. I was just curious.
Yeah, but yeah, if you talk to Jan, she'll be familiar with who we normally use or recommend, I think. And then if you do have it and you want to put it in your file, just give Jan a copy. She can scan it and put it in your file.
Any more questions? No? Everybody wants to know who their CFI is. Dun, 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 dun. This is the fun part. Okie dokes.
Maybe we should do like a reveal. Like, what is it in the Harry Potter movies?
This is when I get to know you a little better too, because I'm going to call out your name and then I'm going to put it with the face. Some of you already know, but some of you I don't. Jonathan Carmona. Excellent. Yes, we met. Your CFI is Justin Lau. I don't see him right now. Yes, he's nowhere in sight. They've all departed. Rosalind Chang. You've got Tony Gill. You'll love him. Roland Gonzalez. Oh, that's right. Roland's not here today. That's right. He couldn't make it. Drew Iacono. You have Ruben. I think you already met him. Ruben, did you meet earlier? He was in the office talking to me when you first came in. Maybe? No worries. Don't go anywhere, Nina. Just jokes. Brandon Ha, you are sticking right where you've been. You good? Okay, good. Mason, we're going to change things up. You're going to go to Francis. Already? Okay, cool. Atsael, we spoke. Where are you? We spoke already. Good. Eric, you have Lee Takanaka. I do not see him. You're in good hands. He's an Hawaiian. Flying Hawaiian. You're in good hands, I promise. Mohammed, You are, you're also in good hands. You're with my other son. I have about 150 sons, just FYI, and a couple of daughters. I do adopt you all. You'll all know this within a couple of weeks. I do adopt you all. Watch out. I play full mama role. You are flying with Ricky. He is another fly in Hawaiian. A lot of Hawaiians around this place. I don't know what's going on. You're in good hands. You'll get along really well with Ricky. He's great. Andres. Ooh, you're with an Aussie. You get Christian Walsh. Okay. He's around somewhere today. Probably.
He's the favorite son.
He's Australian, of course he is. April? April, you have Bryce. He's around here somewhere. Tucker. Excellent. You have Ibrahim. Ibrahim, are you back here? Ibrahim, stand up. Wave, dance around. Woohoo! Justin Hill, where are you? I saw you. Where are you? Where's Dylan Roller? Oh, okay, both of you, stand up. Okay, you know who each other are. Carl Mueller, you have Alec. Brian Pluma, you have Andrew Pena. Where's Brian Pluma? Perfect, stand up. Andrew Pena is the one standing back there on the sim right now. Taylor, did I tell you? Yes, I didn't. Lee Tucker, you also have Lee, yes. Okie dokes, let's go to instrument. Elijah? Hi, Elijah. You're with Fred Flora. Where's Fred? Who's around here? There we go. You're with Fred. Arvin, you are with Han. He is, I don't think, here today, but you'll get to meet him on Monday. Chase Fairchild, you're with Lauren. You're in good hands. Christopher Liu, Cindy. Cindy also not here today. I think she's on a very long cross country today. Andre Mota, you are with Patrice, who happens to teach instrument class. So you'll have him for everything. Fadi, you're with Michael Knight. He is floating around here this morning. I think he went home. Michael Weitzman. Hi. You're with Brandon Nordhaus. He was here earlier. I swear. He's my favorite son. Shh. You're in really good hands there. Mark Hummel, you're with Angel. I think he's left for the day. Yeah, I think he's gone home. Xavier, you're with Nick Wapner. Where is Xavier? There you are. I've seen some of your faces in photos. I just haven't got it up here yet. I swear I'll have it by the end of the week. George, do you go by George? Yeah. Okay. You are with Roger. Roger, when is yours? Ashley Miranda, also with Ruben. Torrance, where are you, Torrance? Love that name. You are with Ruma, who I don't see. You what? You met earlier? Excellent. Good, good, good. And then Brian Coder, are you here? Excellent. You're with Adam. I'm not moving you. You're good. Cool. Hopefully I haven't missed anybody, because if I have, we're in trouble. Nope. Everybody's good? Anybody got any more questions for me? No? Okay, so, yep.
Will we just meet our instructor on the first?
You sure will. Yeah, if you want to just get here a little early, first day, once you've seen your flight schedule, if you happen to be flying on Monday morning before you go into class for the first time, because the first time, not those that have already flown slings, but the rest of you that haven't, of course, pre-flight's going to be a big deal. So if you can get here a little bit early, maybe when I chit-chat to a few people in the hangar and stuff, and maybe even get to chat with your instructor for 5-10 minutes before you guys even walk out to the plane and get to know each other a little bit. Alrighty? Yep.
So when we arrive, where do we meet? Where do we report?
Okay, so everybody just walks, okay, so everybody know the gate code yet? Okay, it's our address. Our address is 3401. Very simple. Just remember it's our address. Our
Open. First guys usually walk in 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. So it might not be open if you get here at 6:30, 6:45. Has everybody already spoken on the fact that if you're not here 15 minutes before your scheduled flight, you're already late? They've gone over that? Excellent. So if you're here at 6:45 for your 7 o'clock flight and the admin office is closed, 3, 4 together, 1, you're in the gate. There's so many people running around. You'll be fine. You'll get in the gate. Alrighty. What else? What else? Payments. Those of you that might need to discuss payment, please come and do so. If you haven't paid, come and discuss with myself. I'll probably send you into the accounting department. Talk to Allison. Okay? Again, Flight Schedule Pro, if you don't have it downloaded, please come and see me in the office before you leave. Everybody's got WhatsApp. Foreflight, I know Jan talks about Foreflight a lot. If you do not have your Foreflight subscription set up, please also go talk to Jan. I believe there's 1 or 2 of you that hadn't. I know at the very beginning of the day, a lot of you walked in right there at 8:45, and I was taking documents like crazy, and it was a firestorm. And I was like, is this working properly? It wasn't. Some of you that gave me documents earlier, please also come back into the office before you leave and make sure I've got all your documents correct. It was not working correctly. It was all blank. I did not get anything. Okay? So if you can come and see me. Alrighty. Any more questions for me? No? Come have a chat whenever you like. I'm around.
So just while Jaimie's here, her and her team, it's a very, very, very difficult job what she does. So it's a really complex puzzle, matching student with instructor with aircraft and getting all the timing and blocks together. And it takes, like, how long would it take to put out a weekly schedule? Like 14 hours or something of solid work. So anything you can do to just help cooperate with Jaimie and Courtney and Alexis and you know, all the people in there would be really appreciated, because it's really quite difficult and complicated what they do. So just, you know, the more that you can kind of help and cooperate in any way with getting that schedule together would be really appreciated. Thanks, Jaimie. So, yes. So I think Foreflight is up next. Are you doing Foreflight, Andrew? Are you doing Foreflight? Oh, okay. So we're just going to take a quick 5-minute break right now, and we'll be back at 2:15.
at it. Sometimes more than a college tuition, just to make high school.
It's really good. I actually just did that for a lot of my friends.
Less than like people like Yolani, like and all that kind of stuff.
I'm not connected.
Yeah, since they know the fact that they have kids in kindergarten and they're paying that 30 grand. Yeah, that's not like what do they test you? They just see something. Yeah. The fact that they interview and they test everyone at that age. That's wild. No, it's just. I still work there, yeah. Probably gonna try and work like just the weekend. After class on Fridays here, just fly back to. Or if I can just fly back, like the red eye, and then on the layover here in LA, just first class. Yeah, just like double dip.
Hey guys, welcome back. We've almost got everyone back. Just to give people time to get back to their seats, one of the things that we really like here at Torrance is our tower. So you're going to get to know the different towers at the different airports. Some of them are nice, some of them are not quite so nice. Or just busy. You know, if they're really busy, they're not going to have, have time to mess about. But we're really lucky here that apart from having a really nice tower, they also come down and hang out here in the hangar sometimes. And it's really good to know. One of the most, is there anyone, there's probably quite a few people who have never been on the radio in an aircraft, right? Hands up if you've never been on the radio in an aircraft. Anyone feel a little bit intimidated by that? Yeah, so it's really intimidating. Everyone gets scared by it. The thing to know is that the people in the tower are just regular people like you and I. And you're going to meet one of them right now, Joey. So I'd like to welcome Joey to say hi. He's from the Torrance Tower. And these guys, just so you know, these guys have a very difficult job. I've been up there in the tower. I was actually up there recently when there was an emergency at LAX, and you know, these guys have a really difficult job. So I'll hand it over to Joey to tell you what you can do to make his job easier.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm so used to doing this. My name is Joey. I work over at the tower, just got introduced that way. So I didn't have anything planned, so I'll just take it from here, okay? So anyways, I've been working air traffic control since 2011. It's been great, a lot of fun. I get to work with pilots, a lot of different pilots training here, different flight schools and such. So we get to hear what you guys are doing, how you grow, everything like that on frequency. And it gets pretty exciting, get to meet some cool pilots, your chief here, Brandon. We grow in a good friendship, good relationship. So it's great to be able to also know and hear what you guys expect as well. It helps us be able to try and accommodate you for what you need, things like that. At the same time, we get to collaborate with you as well on things, and also you get to know what our expectations are. So it's pretty awesome. We have a great job. It's fun. It'll get busy. When it gets busy, we ask that everybody listen, pay attention, respond to your instructions as quickly as possible. Obviously, with a good tone and with a good understanding as well, so that we can understand what you're saying. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a great job. You'll hear a lot of different people up there. You'll hear a lot of different technique and how we do what we do. But it can get, I guess mostly it can get busy. And when it does get busy, we just ask that everybody listen up. How many people here already have been in planes flying and everything? Or you guys all know? Oh, okay, so a lot of you already know about it. You guys have any questions? Maybe I can just go from there. Any questions at all? No? Wow, we do a great job. All right. You guys take care. I mean, so obviously I'm here unofficially. I'm just a controller, and I'll give you my opinion on what I think when I hear. Can't speak for everyone else. So if you call me and you're learning, I'm just going to think, okay, or you're speaking, and I hear it that way, I'm going to think you're training, you know? That's just how I look at it. And I'm on ground control, so it's going to be, everyone on the ground is, you know, going to move from the ground, so it's not like in the air when I need something happening like now. So I'm going to listen and be like, okay, this is a new person flying here, probably student. He has a CFI with them, you know what I mean? So that's kind of what I think, and understand that maybe it's going to be a little more time for you to get your transmissions out, to get everything in the same transmission, call sign, ATIS, and that. So yeah, don't worry, I'm not like.
Hopefully I only did that one time.
What's that?
Hopefully that was the last time I did it.
Oh, okay. Well, that was you. No, just kidding. Yeah, it's good though. We get that you guys are learning. We get that things are happening, so we try to assist as best we can.
Is there anything that you say that would give us? Is there anything that you say on a regular basis that would mean it was you that's talking on the radio? So
Oh, great day, great flight. Yeah, that's pretty much what I say. Have a great day, have a great flight. People are like, say great. Why you say great? Because everybody says good. Have a great one, you know? It's a little bit better, right? So that's what I hope for. And
This guy's really good because he loves when you ask questions. If you didn't understand what he ask of you to do, and you say, I'm sorry, I can't find traffic. Am I following this traffic in the pattern?
Yeah.
He'll respond and he'll give you a thank you because he would rather you ask a question and confirm that you know where traffic is rather than just make a move.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
you'll hear thank yous a lot from him too.
Yep, yep. I appreciate the check. So you tell me, hey, am I following traffic off my right? And I say affirmative. Number 2, following traffic off your right wing, running 290 right, clear, touch and go. And then I'll say, thank you for checking. Because I would rather you check than do something and then we have to go back and go, I have to tell you, hey, traffic you're following is off your right. You need to continue down when you turn back to the down one. You know what I mean? So it helps with ensuring that there's no misunderstanding, communication was good, and you're going to do what you need to do. Keep you safe. Cool? All right. Okay. I think you were first, but go ahead.
Are you guys allowing tours of the tower again, or still not?
I believe so. As far as I understand, we've done a couple, so I'm pretty sure we will. I just need to check with my soup. I forgot to ask today. But yeah, I'll work on it.
Yeah, are there mistakes you see consistently from early students?
I mean, myself, you know, I think it's just really just a familiarity. As soon as you get more familiar, you'll know what to do. But I mean, what helps is calling. So the way I control is I'm a planner, right? I love to plan, and I love chess. Anybody, you guys like chess, right? Anybody? Nobody? That guy does. All right, they do. Cool, thank you. Nobody likes chess? All right, so anyways, 5 or 6 steps ahead, you know what I mean? I like to be 5 or 6 steps ahead. My job gets difficult when, if you call me from Angels Gate and you're saying 862 Sierra Lima, Angels Gate, we're inbound for inbound to the airspace. And then I have to say, number 2 Sierra Lima, Roger, 862 Sierra Lima, Torrance Tower, Roger, verify information, Charlie, if it's Charlie. And then you tell me, okay, we got Charlie. Number 2 Sierra Lima, verify with your call sign information, Charlie. And then number 2 Sierra Lima, we have Charlie. Imagine if we had to do that again. And then I say, okay, straight in, running 29 right. You're like, and then I give you clearance, running 29 right, clear, touch and go, right, close traffic, because that's what you wanted, right? If you told me. If you didn't tell me, I ask, what do you want? Or if I clear you to land, you come back and go, can we get a touch and go? So all of this conversation, and there's probably, what, 10, 13 other slings? Where's Brandon? 13 other slings already calling me? So I'm like, hey, dude, if you could help me out, I'd appreciate it. 862 Sierra, November 862 Sierra Lima, we're over Angels Gate. We have information, Charlie. We're straight in. We'd like touch and goes, running 29 right. Oh, hey, I like it. All right, straight in, 29 right, clear touch and go, right, close traffic. Number 2 Sierra Lima, straight in, running 29 right, right, close traffic. Clear touch and go. And then I'm like, all right, we're good, right? So that contributes to everything being more efficient. So helpful.
You guys have radar services, or you guys rely on pilot separation?
Depends on how you define radar services. We have a radar screen. We use the radar for certain purposes. Can we see you on radar? Yes, we can see where you are. And so we also look out the window and we use a pad too. So you'll see me with just like a regular notepad right in front of me, and then like 3, 4, 5 pages later, you could probably use that to like, make a big ball, but I'm constantly going. Yeah, and it's just your call sign, it's just what you're doing, and that's how I keep myself in sequence, keep everything going right.
And when is the tower open?
Tower, so our operating hours, we're there at 6:45 to get ready to open at 7, and then 7 a.m. all the way to 8 p.m., and then 8 to 8:15 we're closing up the tower. But we're not, it's 7 to 8, local time. Not Zulu. Just kidding. It's local, it's local. Buddy good? Yeah. All right, well, take care. It's good talking with you.
Thanks, Joey. So yeah, we're just super lucky here at Torrance to have a great tower and great controllers. It couldn't be anywhere better. I mean, you're going to get the opportunity to fly into some probably Charlie airports and maybe a Bravo if you're going down to San Diego. So you're going to have plenty of opportunity to communicate with people who are going to be short and maybe not quite so friendly as Joey. But is it you again, Brandon, now for Foreflight? So you take the mic and I'll go find Andrew.
Okay, it's me again. Guess who's here that heard? Okay, let's see. We got. Sounds terrible. Where's Andrew? Yeah, I'm gonna do this way. This is better. Okay, does everybody have Foreflight loaded on their phones, tablets, whatever? Yeah? If not, download it as soon as you can so you can follow along a little better. Okay, so let's. So Joey, this is this section. This is the chart chart thing that we use. Just so I don't know if you know that or. I'm joking. Yeah, these are the charts that we're going to use for aviation. Looks extremely overwhelming now to those of you that are zero time, but it'll become very easy to read later on. So I wouldn't sit right in front of that. It's really, yeah, still ringing a little bit. Yeah, and this is the basic overview of what you're going to see on Foreflight when you first kind of open it up. You're going to make me push the button too, huh? Everybody meet Andrew?
Hello. I'm Andrew. Oh, yeah, no. I'm the assistant chief. Work with BV and Sam, wherever he went. I don't fly too much here. My main job is flying with a small airline out of Hawthorne, so do a King Air and a PC-12 up there. I don't fly here too much. I do a lot of ground stuff, so I'll be tracking a lot of your guys' ground progress and all that, sending you emails here and there. Kind of Jaimie's son, so I'm trying to take some of her duties of the ass kicking, so I'll help her out there. But I think I emailed most of you a couple days ago about the ground school stuff, so you have my email. You can text me, email me whenever you want if you have any questions.
Okay, you got the highlighted portion there. Okay, now we're highlighted at the bottom there. That's your all of the tabs that you can select. So starting from the left, you got airports, maps, plates, documents, imagery, scratch pad. You can make some notes. Oh, imagery tab is like weather. So you can pull up all of the weather things. I won't go into too much detail. There's a lot in there. Logbook, flight that you've planned, mapped out, weight and balance forms, and then a little more thing at the bottom, right there. Highlighted in red. When you select more, you got all these other tabs that you can do. You can select weight and balance, aircraft, custom content, track logs, yada, yada, yada. Timer at the bottom. Instrument students, depending on your configuration in the cockpit, if you have, you're in a nice position next to the screens, maybe you use that timer, maybe you use the one on the G3X in the plane. Yes, sir?
How do we sign in? Is there a certain account we paid that
So Jan said some of you, your credit cards aren't with her yet, so I don't think you might not have access. If you guys paid Jan, whatever email you gave Jan, she used for your Foreflight. So if you don't have an account, make one with that email. If you already have an account, just sign in with that email, and it should be on our subscription. If you have any issues with it when we're done, talk to Jan, because some of you need to give her a card or something like that. So.
Yeah, so as I said, you can either use that timer there, and you'll understand why we need timers for instrument as you progress. Yeah, we'll go next. See what's highlighted. Yes, on the far right, edit tab order. If for some reason you don't like the flow of that, you can edit the order of those. We're really particular about that. Down at the bottom, documents. So that's going to be a whole lot of valuable information. So one highlight there is Sling Pilot Academy docs. So you got aircraft documents, flight training, mentor programs, safety operating procedures, student info, general rules, documents for CFIs. Under the flight training one is going to be a lot of the information that's in the binder. So the stuff that I kind of went over is in flight training. Aircraft documents is going to have like the POH checklists. You have all that information in there too. Rotax engine manuals. I think there's the Garmin manuals in there too. So if you want to like really dive in and learn, really in-depth stuff about the systems, it's all going to be in there. Or pick his brain. Yeah, at the top, it's kind of cool. I find that pretty helpful. You can make your own binders. You can put in. I have one that is all of the airman certification standards for all the ratings. So it's a quick tab I can select, and they're right there. Otherwise, you have to maybe dig into something. So if you want something to be a little bit more readily available, you can make your own binder for that. Logbook. Can you go back real quick? The FAA tab. Earlier I mentioned the Airplane Flying Handbook, Pilot's Handbook of Aeronautical Knowledge. Those are going to be in that, along with a whole bunch of other stuff. So that's FAA documents that they've put out. So you can click on that tab and just kind of explore around. Definitely encourage you to just kind of play around with Foreflight. Just, kind of get an idea of what's in there. Just from what I'm telling you, what Andrew's telling you, but just kind of play around with it and just get used to how it works. So that's under the FAA tab. Okay, that's your logbook. So when you select logbook at the bottom or under more, that's what it's going to look like. So you got all. That's going to be all your logged flights, last 7 days, last 30 days, 90, 6 months, 12 months. You're going to wonder why that matters. You might be in an interview or something, or it's something you might want to put on your resume that, how much have you flown in the last 12 months. You have it nice and concise right there, last 12 months. And those are all your flights just kind of listed like that, last few flights. And you can kind of scroll down, see all the other ones. All right, reports, aircraft, people, qualifications, instructor tools. Is that what you highlight first, aircraft? Okay, cool. This is going to be when you select, when you do a logbook entry, you're going to have to load in a lot of information, your departure airport, the arrival airport, and what plane you used. It's all going to be loaded, and it should be preloaded in there. Most of them are, yeah. If they're not, you can talk to your instructors on how to load them. Actually, I think don't you have it in there? Okay, yeah. So you can just ask your instructor to either how to load it or have them load it on there. Yeah, that's all how to load the aircraft. So if it's not already in there, the aircraft ID is going to be the call sign. The type code, you're going to put in SLG2. What's that stand for? Sling 2. And then it should pull up everything else from there, except for maybe what gear type or engine type, something like that. Look like if you add an aircraft. Huh? Okay, so under reports tab, you got condensed logbook, 1 page, 2 page. That's going to be if you want to print out your, well, not want to, That's going to be when you print out your logbook for a check ride. So you want it nice and pretty for your examiner. So you're going on your private check ride. You print out your condensed one page or 2 page. Then you can highlight the required flights for certain, or you can highlight the requites. Reset. You can highlight the flights required for certain things in your private. So like you got to do certain number of landings, certain cross countries, things like that. Yeah, and it looks like this. Did you jump ahead? So that's if you select private. Yeah. So that's like a what would you call that? Just yeah, it's like a checklist for the requirements for your rating. I wouldn't go by this 100% because sometimes things just you don't get the green check marks for things. I don't really know why. Everything's loaded in there correctly. It doesn't mean that you haven't done the requirement. A lot of times maybe takeoffs and landings don't get logged in there. But night, I think I noticed the night landings sometimes don't get loaded in there properly. Doesn't mean they haven't been done. You know you've done them. That's when you go back and print out your condensed 1 page, highlight that flight or 2 flights, whatever. So the examiner knows that it's in there and they can see the flights. So it's a good checklist to follow, but don't be concerned if you don't see a green check mark. Okay, you're going to select the plus in the top or logbook. That's how you add a new entry. Plus new entry, and then that new entry. Yep. So this is what I was talking about for aircraft, and then your from, to. So if you depart from Torrance, you go out into the practice area, you come back, it's just going to be a from and a to. If you depart Torrance and you go over to Long Beach, you do some takeoffs and landings, you come back at Torrance, it's going to be from Torrance to Torrance, route Long Beach, or KLGB, as you'll learn. The total time during the flight, PIC time, if you, huh? Did I jump ahead? No. Your total flight time, PIC time, if you already have your private rating, private certificate, as they said, not everybody says license. I still want to say license. It just looks like a license. Certificate, huh? Now, if you use simulator for those that are doing your instrument rating, you're not going to add it into your total time. I don't know if you added that in there at all for the slideshow. So you can work with your instructor on how to log that, but that's going to be simulated flight, simulated instrument, and dual receive. So it won't go to your total time. What was that? Oh, there you go. Long Beach. I guessed correctly. Cool. I got that part. Yep. Teamwork. Yeah, teamwork. Yeah, dual received. You'll need a certain amount of dual received for certain ratings too. So that shows that you've gotten instruction from an instructor. Add instructor signature. You can either have the instructor sign it right there. Most every instructor wants you to just request it. So you send it to them. They'll get it in their Foreflight so they can make any adjustments on it and send it back if it's not right, or just sign it and you'll get notification when the instructor signs it. Yeah. What else to say about the map? The map. I have a 4-year-old daughter, so. Oh, there's a lot of stuff under that top left tab there. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff to go over. I feel like that would be another fire hose thing. So there's information, weather tabs on the right, radar. Satellite's going to be clouds. Traffic, it can show traffic. Airmets, SIGMETs, TFRs. That's, scroll down, you got ceiling, which is going to be cloud ceilings, things like that, sky coverage. We'll move on past that because that's a lot of information that you'll kind of slowly learn in time. That's it? All right.
Yeah, so with we don't go too deep into this because there's not much. So I don't know. I don't want to go too deep into it with the weather stuff. When you first start out, for your first few weeks, your instructor is going to basically do the log for you, but you're going to watch them And as you do it more, you'll start filling it out and just having them confirm it's right. So don't worry too much about this. Throughout ground school, whether in the private or the instrument class, your instructor is going to show you how to use Foreflight and just how to best utilize it for what you're doing. The subscription's all yours. You can't mess it up, so go home this weekend and play with it. There's a lot of cool features with it. Just mess around, look at the pretty colors and all that. Yeah, just mess around with it.
I'll add one more thing. So for those of you that are starting from zero time, a lot of this is going to be brand new. So it's going to be more on your instructor to monitor your progress and stuff like that. But I do suggest that you do the best you can to keep up and keep track of every requirement that you need for your just so something doesn't go missed. You know, we have a lot of students here. All of our instructors have a lot of students, so they're gonna do a great job. But it's just to double check and make sure that everything's been done. And plus, it's just good knowledge for you. It helps understanding of everything. Cool. Any questions about anything? It's a quiet bunch, man. Everybody needs to start talking and having fun, smiling. It's going to be a lot of work, but we want you to enjoy it too. I will say this. I won't mention it. But safety comes first around here. So when you're flying this plane, it's okay to have a conversation with your instructor. I mean, that's fine. You're gonna have a little relationship with them because you're gonna be flying with them every day. But you got to fly that plane first. Safety comes first, 100%. So I want you all always being safe, being ready in case something happens. So just please remember that, safety first. We've got a very, very good track record here, very good track record. So because we push that on everybody. Got to be super, super safe. We're flying planes. We're up in the air. We're not on roads. So just bear that in mind. Just be as safe as possible. Eyes outside, ears are always listening. So safety first. Cool.
Yeah, it's not about Foreflight, but you guys have heard it for hours today, so I'm gonna make this quick so you can go home and take a nap or whatever you want to do. When you do go through the program, focus on your ground. Like it's Sling gives you all the puzzle pieces, but you have to put it together. So we'll do as much as we can to help you out, but it all comes down to how much ground you put in. That's all it is. So your progress relies on how much effort you're willing to put into it. We have lots of people here, like Sukasa's in the back. He's been hiding, so he doesn't want to be seen, but right now he's training at SkyWest. There's a lot of people here just recently that have graduated and moved on. So the program works, but you guys need to put in the effort. So you're going to hear that constantly. I'm going to be telling you through email. But please, if you want to get through this program and you want to make it fast, you want to be a CFI and start making money, put the effort in.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, guys. Well, have you guys got enough information? Because this is finally the end of our orientation day. Anyone have any questions?
I have a random question.
Yes.
This keyboard is too big for the one that you guys recommend is sold out. I cannot find an airport anywhere. Do you have another recommendation?
Kneeboards that fit in an airplane that has a control stick instead of a yoke. There is a small one made by a company that's actually based in Torrance, and I think they're called. I'll tell you afterwards. But they make helmets as well, and they make a really nice kneeboard that you can put an iPad Mini in, and I think they're kind of pricey, but they're really good. So I'll give you that info. Any other questions? Lift Aviation. Yeah, we have a link on our website and in your welcome packet, and you can just kind of ask around some of the instructors if they have any preferences. So just ask some of the instructors. Ask Andrew and Brent. Say again.
The link wasn't working on the welcome packet for Matt.
Interesting. Okay. Check on our website under student requirements. There's the links there. So maybe the products doesn't exist anymore. But yeah, nonetheless, ask around and see if anyone has any preferences. Some people might have some different toggles here. You can take a look. Any other questions? You don't have to bring it every day. It is great to read. Some people prefer digital. You can check off, each week by week when you complete things. Your preference. You don't have to show up with it every day. It's kind of a heavy book. I hope that you use it to read it if you prefer reading on paper, but you don't have to bring it in every day. Any other questions? And of course, we may have addressed it or may not. If you come in and complete your group ground, complete your flight, and you're not scheduled for the rest of the day, you're free to leave. If you've got your flight later on, it's better if you stick around, because if a flight becomes available, you can take an earlier slot than you planned. Being available and around here means that we can swap you out with a flight if something comes up. It's a good idea, but in general, if you've completed everything you need to complete for the day, you're free to go. So check in with Jan if you have any questions about Foreflight or Flight Schedule Pro. Wayne.
Did anyone talk about the TSI upgrade today?
Oh no.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we've got 2 upgrades. I hate to sound like we're selling upgrades. We're just gonna bump our price up in future and include them at no option. A 10-hour upgrade in the Super Decathlon, as I said earlier, was $850. I highly recommend it. You can do basic aerobatics, become a hotshot aerobatic pilot. 10 hours is plenty of time. Tail wheel endorsement. Yeah, it's very cool. Then for $600 only, which is nothing, you can upgrade 10 of your hours in the Sling to the TSI. The TSI can fly in IMC conditions. So if we get like that marine layer, when June comes around and we get a little marine layer, that's a good time to say, hey, I want that TSI upgrade, and then you can get some experience in the clouds. It's only $600 to upgrade 10 hours. It's practically free. So I recommend it for all of you, and you learn how to use a constant speed prop and kind of more advanced. It's a more powerful airplane, and highly recommend. Everyone understand the schedule. Everyone know how to look at the schedule for Monday. If anyone has any problems, just reach out to Courtney or Jan. If anyone has any scheduling issues, reach out to Courtney or Jan. You're all on the WhatsApp groups. That's great. That's how we communicate with stuff that's on a need-to-know basis. Otherwise, try to get through as much as you can. Just get on top of the binders and the information that's shown in there. Check the schedule. On Monday, all of you private guys and girls are going to be at ground school at 9. Some of you might be flying at 7. Your instrument guys and girls might be flying at 7 or later. You'll all be in group ground at 11. And look forward to seeing you around every day. There's a long journey ahead, lots of work. You're going to change dramatically in the next 6 to 9 months. And some of you are going to get white hair like Scott Pereira before this is all done. When he joined us, he had black hair, and now it's white. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, great day, everyone. Thanks for being here, and we'll see you all on Monday.
Waiting 1 second. Hey guys, Wayne here. I'm really excited this event went well today. We always love Induction Day. I woke up super early this morning excited to meet and greet all of our new students and do this. It's one of our favourite days of the quarter. I hope you enjoyed the live stream, and hopefully there'll be many more to come. We've got a huge event coming up on March 11th with SkyWest. We're going to be giving away 100 free flights. It's unprecedented. Nobody's done anything like that before. So we'll be here March 11th giving away 100 free flights, and we'll be live streaming that event too. So consider popping that in your diary and joining us on March 11th. Thanks.